We grew up believing that the history of humankind had already been written, that we knew exactly who built the pyramids, who invented writing, and who first created civilization. But what if that is only the tip of the iceberg? What if beneath the pages of our schoolbooks lie hundreds of other civilizations, once powerful, once rich in philosophy, astronomy, and mathematics, that vanished without leaving behind even a single recorded name? What we call history is, in truth, only the memory of those who won. When one empire rises, another is erased from the map. When one faith prevails, others are burned away along with their temples and libraries. Each time humankind builds a new world, thousands of years of the past are buried deep beneath layers of soil and stone. And sometimes a single shard of pottery or a symbol carved into rock is enough to make us realize we know almost nothing about our own origins. From the stone temples of Göbekli Tepe, 12,000 years old, built long before Egypt or Sumer, to the drowned cities off the coasts of Japan, India, and the Caribbean. From the Black Pyramids of Nubia to the lost urban networks hidden in the Amazon rainforest, scattered across the earth are traces of civilizations that never made it into official history. Perhaps they once mastered building techniques we still cannot explain. Perhaps they understood the stars, energy, and the very nature of life itself, far more than we imagine. These ruins remain silent, as if waiting for modern humanity to pause, to listen, and to ask, if we only know the few civilizations we were allowed to remember, then where is the rest of human history? Tonight, let us drift through the mists of time with bedtime history into the realm of the forgotten, where nameless civilizations still wait to be told, because perhaps the true history of our world was never written. It is simply waiting to be found. Our story begins in a place that seems utterly empty, amid the cracked deserts of the Middle East, where the wind carries dust and the salty scent of the Dead Sea. There, hidden beneath the sands, lies a city so ancient it left archaeologists speechless when they uncovered it, Jericho. It is called the oldest city in the world, not because of its grandeur, but because it existed long before humanity even conceived the word civilization. Around 11,000 years ago, while most of humankind still lived as hunters and gatherers, Jericho already had stone walls, wells, and a social structure, signs of a complex community life that far surpassed what we usually imagine of prehistory. From above, Jericho does not look like a great city, but rather a cluster of small hills lost in the desert. Yet beneath those mounds lie dozens of cultural layers, stacked like memories of millennia spent surviving. The deepest layer, Tel es-Sultan, dates back to around 9,000 years before the Common Era, where people built stone walls nearly 5 meters high and 2 meters thick, along with a massive circular tower and a spiraling staircase, perhaps the oldest known stone structure ever built by human hands. Who ordered its construction, and why would a small community need walls when warfare did not yet exist? One theory suggests that the walls of Jericho were not built to defend against people, but against nature itself. This land lies below sea level, battered year-round by floods and sandstorms. The earliest farmers, the people of the Jordan Valley, may have built those walls to shield their crops from floodwaters rushing down from the desert. It was a sign humans were no longer simply living with nature, but beginning to resist it. And that moment, when humankind first decided to control the forces of nature, might well mark the true beginning of civilization. But Jericho was more than its walls and towers. It was also a witness to humanity's first spiritual awakening. Inside its ancient graves, archaeologists discovered human skulls covered in plaster, their faces recreated, their eyes made of shells. These may have been the first portraits in human history, an attempt to preserve the image of the dead, to defy forgetfulness itself. A simple act, yet one that holds within it the birth of memory, spirit, and self-awareness. Jericho, therefore, was not only the first city, it was where humans first learned to remember. Time passed, and Jericho was abandoned and rebuilt many times. Each generation built upon the ruins of the last, as if they could never bear to leave that land behind. By the time the Israelites of the Bible spoke of Jericho and its fallen walls, it was already a different Jericho, a city that had lived thousands of years before Moses or Joshua were ever born. Jericho became a symbol of endurance, of the eternal cycles every civilization must face, to rise, to fall, and to rise again from its own ashes. During the same age, far north of Jericho, on the dry plains of today's Konya in central Turkey, another community chose an entirely different way to live. While Jericho built walls to protect itself from the world outside, the people of Çatalhöyük built a city with no walls, no gates, and no streets, a place that seemed not to be designed for battle, but for coexistence. From a distance, the city looked like a solid block of earth, a sprawling maze made of mud and straw, where thousands of houses stood pressed tightly together without a single gap. People did not walk in through doors, but moved across the rooftops, stepping from one roof to another and climbing down wooden ladders through small holes in the ceilings. From above, Çatalhöyük looked like a colossal beehive. No streets, no squares, no visible boundaries. The whole city functioned as one living organism where people learned to live side by side, sharing breath and light. If Jericho was where humankind first built walls to separate, then Çatalhöyük was where we first learned to live without them. Here, connection was the only law, no kings, no wars, no social classes. Each house was its own little universe, yet part of a greater whole, where the living and the dead coexisted, where religion, art, and memory intertwined. Around 7,500 years before the Common Era, when the first fields of barley and wheat began to spread along the Euphrates, the people here chose to settle. They did not simply farm and herd animals, they painted murals on their walls, sculpted goddesses, and buried their dead beneath their own floors. Each home was a self-contained world, where life, death, and memory blended into one. In just a few square meters, humanity experienced its first truly social structure. Neighbors, shared labor, ritual, art, and a collective sense of identity. What made Çatalhöyük remarkable was not only its age, but its way of life, organized entirely without kings, fortresses, or violence. For over 1,000 years, the city endured without any sign of war, class division, or centralized power. There were no palaces, no giant storehouses, no symbols of authority. Every home looked almost the same. This puzzled archaeologists. How could thousands of people live so closely together without rulers or written laws? Perhaps before humanity invented government, we already knew how to live through mutual respect and trust. The walls inside these homes were painted deep red, decorated with bull skulls, handprints, birds, and swirling patterns, symbols of life, death, and rebirth. At the center of every dwelling stood the altar of the mother goddess, with full breasts and a round belly, the embodiment of fertility and the harvest. Perhaps in Çatalhöyük, faith was not directed upward to the heavens, but downward toward the very earth that sustained them. When crops flourished, they gave thanks. When drought came, they painted more red upon the walls, as if asking the blood of life to flow again through the soil. When someone died, their body was wrapped in cloth and placed beneath the house floor, right where the family continued to eat, sleep, and talk. Sometimes they reopened the graves, retrieving bones or skulls to place upon the household altar. These acts were not grim but sacred, rituals linking the living to the departed. To them, death was not an end, only another room within the same house. This city without streets, however, held something extraordinary, the first map in human history. On a wall deep within the ruins, archaeologists discovered a painting showing rows of clustered rooftops and behind them a mountain erupting with fire, possibly Mount Hassan Dar. If that interpretation is correct, this was humanity's earliest city map, a testament to abstract thought and collective memory. And like all early civilizations, Çatalhöyük eventually faded away. Perhaps the climate grew drier, the soil weaker, or disease spread through the crowded settlement. There were no wars, no conquerors, only the exhaustion of land and people. The walls collapsed, the roofs were buried under dust and ash, and silence returned. All that remained were the traces of a dream, humanity's first dream, that people could live together, share the same space, and need no one to rule over them. But thousands of years before Jericho or Çatalhöyük, another story unfolded, one so ancient it seems to exist outside the timeline of history itself. In southeastern Anatolia, on a windswept hill near modern-day Şanlıurfa in Turkey, archaeologists discovered something that would force humanity to rewrite its past, Göbekli Tepe. There, massive stone pillars stood arranged in circles, carved with animals, birds, snakes, and human figures, all dating back to around 9,500 years before the Common Era, at a time when humankind had not yet learned to farm, to make pottery, to use the wheel, or even to build permanent villages. This was Göbekli Tepe, the belly-shaped hill, which many archaeologists now call the world's first temple. The discovery of Göbekli Tepe sent shockwaves through archaeology. Until then, scholars believed that people only began building temples and creating religions after they had settled down and learned to cultivate crops. But this site turned that entire idea upside down. Here, the temple came first, and farming followed. It appears that hunter-gatherers gathered not to grow food, but to build something sacred. And in doing so, organizing labor, staying longer in one place, feeding large groups. They may have invented agriculture to sustain their spiritual gatherings. Each pillar at Göbekli Tepe stands over 5 meters tall and weighs between 10 and 20 tons, carved from local limestone using only primitive tools. 2 massive pillars rise in the center of each circle, surrounded by smaller ones, as if arranged for a ceremony lost to time. Across their surfaces, animals are carved in vivid detail: bulls, lions, gazelles, foxes, snakes, and even headless human figures. Some researchers believe these symbols represent the spirit world, the threshold between life and death, and that the creatures are guardians of the passage to the realm of the ancestors. Strangely, Göbekli Tepe shows no signs of habitation, no hearths, no houses, no graves. It was not a village nor a city, but rather a gathering place. Perhaps during certain seasons, groups from across the early Fertile Crescent came together here to perform rituals, tell stories, share food, and reaffirm their faith. And during those gatherings they may have begun cultivating wild wheat on the surrounding hillsides, not for survival, but for worship. If so, then religion, not hunger, may have been the true seed of agriculture. A revelation that turns our understanding of human evolution inside out. As excavations continued, archaeologists noticed something even stranger. After a time, each circular temple was deliberately buried under layers of earth and stone, not destroyed, but carefully entombed, as though the builders believed the structures themselves possessed souls. Then a new temple was built atop the old, generation after generation. Over thousands of years, these layers formed an artificial hill, a mound preserving the buried memory of an age before history. Then around 8,000 years before the Common Era, everything stopped. Göbekli Tepe was completely buried, not by nature, but by human hands. The entire complex was covered in soil, sealed away and abandoned. No inscriptions, no explanation. Perhaps they feared something, or perhaps they simply believed the age of the stone gods had ended, and that a new age of fields and cities was meant to begin. Göbekli Tepe forces us to ask the most unsettling question. Did humans become religious because we learned to farm? Or did we learn to farm because we sought to honor the divine? Maybe civilization began not with bread, but with wonder, with the human desire to reach for something sacred, to understand the mystery of life and death. Thousands of years passed. The stone pillars of Göbekli Tepe sank into the dust of time, buried by the very hands that once raised them. And while those memories slept beneath the Anatolian hills, humanity entered a new era. A time when faith took form, when chaos became order, and when thought was carved into symbols. In the vast floodplains where the Tigris and Euphrates rivers meet, in what is now southern Iraq, people created something the world had never seen before: writing, city-states, laws, and literature. When Sumer emerged around 3,500 years before the Common Era, the world finally stepped out of prehistory and into the light of civilization. The Sumerians did not merely live, they organized life. They built cities such as Uruk, Ur, Lagash, Eridu, and Nippur, each a center of power, religion, and trade. There was no single king of Sumer. Each city was its own universe, with its own patron god and system of rule. At the heart of every city rose a ziggurat, a towering step temple reaching toward the heavens, a bridge between earth and sky. The Sumerians believed that the gods lived atop those sacred towers, while humans existed below, tasked with maintaining the divine order. In Sumer, religion was not just belief, it was politics. As the cities grew, trade flourished. To manage farmland, grain, and taxes, they created a system of symbols. At first, simple marks on clay tablets representing goods or numbers. Over centuries, these marks became more abstract, evolving into cuneiform, the wedge-shaped script, the oldest known writing in human history. From that moment, humanity no longer relied solely on speech. We began to remember in clay. On these sun-dried tablets, the Sumerians wrote poems, prayers, tax records, and laws, the first written reflections of the human mind. One of the oldest texts, the Sumerian King List, records dynasties that supposedly lasted for thousands of years. It reads like both history and myth, a collective memory of rulers who were half human, half divine, reigning before the Great Flood. When the waters receded, mortal kings took their place. Among them rose Gilgamesh, king of Uruk, destined to become one of the most enduring heroes in world literature. His epic, carved onto 12 clay tablets, tells of friendship, loss, and the search for immortality, themes that still echo across 4 millennia. The Sumerians did more than invent writing. They gave birth to mathematics, astronomy, and time itself. They divided the circle into 360 degrees and built a base 60 system, the origin of our minutes and seconds. They charted the stars, predicted floods, and planned agriculture with precision. Temples served not only as houses of worship, but as centers of administration and science, where priests were at once astronomers, accountants, and record keepers. In Sumer, knowledge and power were one. Yet behind these triumphs lay the cost of order. As city-states expanded, society began to divide. There were farmers, potters, scribes, and rulers, and for the first time, humanity ceased to be equal. And so law was born, to restrain the very injustice civilization had created. The laws of Lagash and later the Code of Ur-Nammu became the earliest known legal systems, justice written into clay as a sacred contract between humans and their gods. Around 2,300 years before the Common Era, Sargon of Akkad conquered Sumer, creating the first empire in recorded history, and ending Sumer's long era of independence. Yet even in defeat, the Sumerians' legacy endured. Their language, writing, religion, and system of governance spread across Mesopotamia, forming the foundation upon which later empires, Akkadian, Babylonian, Assyrian, and ultimately Western civilization itself, would rise. Sumer, then, was not merely where civilization began, it was where humanity first learned to tell its own story. From those first wedge-shaped marks pressed into clay, the voice of history was born. And that voice, almost immediately, became a tool of power, to rule, to remember, and to shape the truth of the world. In the northern lands of Mesopotamia, while the Sumerian city-states were still locked in endless rivalries, a new star began to rise in the desert, brilliant, fierce, and destined to burn out all too soon. From the plains where Uruk, Ur, and Lagash once shone like scattered constellations, there emerged a greater light, one that would outshine them all. It was Akkad, the first empire in human history, where the dream of unified power became reality, and for the first time, the ambition to conquer the world bore a single name: Sargon the Great. His name meant the true king, but Sargon's beginnings were anything but royal. According to legend, he was born to a humble mother, set adrift on a river in a basket, a story that centuries later would echo in the tale of Moses. From a nameless child, he rose to serve as cupbearer to the king of Kish, then seized power, overthrowing his ruler and uniting the cities of Sumer under his command. Around 2,334 years before the Common Era, he founded his capital, Akkad, a city whose exact location remains a mystery to this day, as if it had dissolved into dust along with its founder's dream. Sargon was not merely a warrior, he was the inventor of the idea of empire. He ruled not through the faith of a single city-state, but through a centralized government with officials, taxes, and a standing army, things the world had never known before. Under his rule, the Akkadian realm stretched from the Persian Gulf to the Mediterranean Sea, covering the entire Mesopotamian plain, a scale not achieved again until the conquests of Alexander the Great thousands of years later. For the first time in history, people were not just citizens of a city, they were subjects of an empire. The refined Sumerian tongue gave way to Akkadian, the first Semitic language ever written in cuneiform. It became the common language of the Near East for over a millennium, used in diplomacy, literature, and law. But Sargon did not destroy Sumer's legacy, he absorbed it. He transformed Sumerian culture into the foundation of his new dynasty. Thus, Akkad was not only an empire of force, it was an empire of words where scribes, the Dubsar, were honored as the very soul of the royal court. Legend says Sargon once proclaimed, "No king before me has ruled as I have ruled." It was not just pride, it was fact. He had gone farther than anyone before him, creating a model of governance that could operate across vast lands, managing armies, trade, and resources through a unified system. Every conquered region was required to send tribute, metals, grain, and goods, to Akkad. In return, they received protection, trade, and law. For the first time, humanity witnessed the birth of a universal order, the blueprint for every empire that would follow. Yet, as with all great empires, Akkad carried the seeds of its own fall. After Sargon's death, power passed to his sons and then to his grandson Naram-Sin, who declared himself king of the 4 quarters of the world. In his triumph, he did what no ruler had dared before. He called himself a living god. A famous relief shows Naram-Sin wearing a horned crown, the mark of divinity, as he ascends a mountain over his defeated enemies. It was the image of a man who saw himself equal to the gods, and the beginning of human arrogance. Not long after, Akkad descended into chaos. Ancient tablets recount the curse of Akkad, a tale wrapped in myth but rooted in truth. Nature itself seemed to turn against the empire. Winds carried sand from the desert, rains ceased, rivers dried, and crops withered. From the Zagros Mountains, the Gutian tribes descended, ravaging the famine-stricken empire. Within decades, the first empire in human history crumbled, leaving behind only words carved in clay. No one knows the voice of Akkad anymore. The fields lie empty, the rivers dry, and the songs have turned to silence. Yet Sargon's dream did not die. The idea of a unified empire had taken root in the human mind. After Akkad's fall, every Mesopotamian dynasty, from Babylon to Assyria, carried the shadow of Sargon within it. He was not only the founder of the first empire, but the seed of humanity's eternal desire for dominion, a desire both radiant and perilous, destined to reappear throughout history. When Akkad vanished into the sands, Mesopotamia once again fractured into smaller kingdoms. From its ashes, two names rose to continue its legacy, one shining with wisdom, the other with war. Babylon and Assyria, empires that would lead Mesopotamia into an age of even greater power and brutality. Both inherited the brilliance of Sumer and Akkad, yet each breathed a different soul into that legacy. Babylon became the heart of wisdom, faith, and order. Assyria, on the other hand, embodied strength, conquest, and the relentless hunger to dominate. Together they wrote the longest, when bloodiest, chapter in the history of Mesopotamia. In the south, Babylon began as a modest town on the banks of the Euphrates. But under the rule of King Hammurabi in the 18th century, before the Common Era, it became the capital of law and reason. Hammurabi was not only a conqueror, he was the first ruler to issue a complete written code. The Code of Hammurabi, engraved on a black basalt stele nearly 2 meters tall. It contained more than 280 laws governing trade, marriage, slavery, and punishment. At the top of the stele, the king is depicted receiving the symbol of authority from Shamash, the sun god, a powerful image of justice descending from the divine to humanity. Beneath those laws lay a philosophy of governance. If a man causes harm to another, he shall be harmed in return. The principle of an eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth, lex talionis, was not meant as vengeance, but as the first attempt to restrain it, to balance crime with punishment. In Babylon, law replaced the sword as the language of power, the means by which humans could maintain order without divine intervention. Yet Babylon's glory was not only written in stone, it was also etched into the heavens. Here, faith and astronomy merged into one. The Babylonians built the great Etemenanki, the tower later remembered in legend as the Tower of Babel, a bridge between earth and sky, a human dream of touching the divine. Beneath it, priests studied the night sky, tracking the motions of Venus, Jupiter, and Saturn, charting celestial cycles with astonishing accuracy. From their records emerged astrology, part science, part faith, where every star embodied the will of a god. On surviving clay tablets, we find not only calculations but predictions, the earliest evidence of humanity's quest to decode the universe. Meanwhile, in the rocky northern plains, Assyria rose like a storm. If Babylon dreamed of order and wisdom, Assyria dreamed of fear and dominion. Its capital, Nineveh, stood along the Tigris River, crowned with massive walls, palaces, and treasures of conquest. Kings such as Tiglath-Pileser III, Sennacherib, and Ashurbanipal transformed Assyria into the world's first organized military empire, with chariots, cavalry, and iron weapons. They did not merely fight wars. They systematized violence. Every campaign was immortalized in stone reliefs. Soldiers killing, captives pleading, cities burning. These carvings were not only records of victory, but instruments of terror, meant to tell the world that resistance was futile. And yet amid the blood and fire, Assyria gave birth to something extraordinary, the first library in human history. Under King Ashurbanipal in the 7th century before the Common Era, Nineveh became the greatest center of knowledge the world had ever known. The king, one of the few rulers able to read and write cuneiform, sent scribes across the region to collect texts. Tens of thousands of clay tablets filled his palace archives, the Epic of Gilgamesh, medical treatises, omens, myths, astronomical records, and diplomatic letters from Egypt, Elam, and Anatolia. When Nineveh's library was rediscovered in the 19th century, humanity heard for the first time in 2 millennia the voices of Sumer and Akkad, civilizations long thought lost to silence. The contrast between Babylon and Assyria was like two sides of the same coin: knowledge and brutality, order and chaos. One believed that law and faith could preserve peace, the other believed that only iron and blood could create it. In the end, both were crushed by their own weight. In 612 years before the Common Era, a coalition of Babylonian and Median forces attacked Nineveh. The city burned, the palaces collapsed, and the great library was buried beneath the ashes. Ironically, that same fire baked the clay tablets hard, preserving them for thousands of years. When the smoke cleared, Babylon rose again, this time under Nebuchadnezzar II, the king who built the Hanging Gardens of Babylon and restored the towering Etemenanki. The city once more became the heart of the world, radiant, powerful, and proud. But even that brilliance would not last. In the 6th century before the Common Era, Cyrus the Great of Persia entered Babylon without spilling a drop of blood. The last empire of Mesopotamia fell, ending more than 3,000 years of kingdoms rising and falling between the two rivers. Babylon and Assyria, opposites in every sense, both turned to dust. Yet from their ashes came two immortal legacies: writing and memory. Because of Nineveh's baked tablets and Hammurabi's carved laws, we now know that civilization was never built solely on swords and conquest, but on words, knowledge, and the human will to remember. And as the ziggurats of Mesopotamia crumbled, as Babylon's chants faded, and Assyria's chariots fell silent, history turned eastward, toward lands less remembered, but once radiant in their own right: Elam and Mitanni. Names faint in modern memory, yet once vital links between the world's great empires. To the east, Elam arose almost as early as Sumer, around 3,000 years before the Common Era. Its capital, Susa, stood on the fertile land between the Iranian plateau and the Mesopotamian plain, where trade routes crossed, where copper and tin flowed toward those who knew how to forge bronze. The Elamites spoke a language unlike any other in the region, adding to their air of mystery as if they had come from another world. They were not conquerors, but keen observers, borrowing writing and administration from Sumer and shaping them into their own system. On ancient Sumerian tablets, one finds brief, almost casual mentions. The kings of Elam come and go, they bring gifts, demand debts, and return to the mountains. The relationship between the two lands was like a long, intricate dance, sometimes of trade, sometimes of war. Elam once conquered carrying off the statue of Nana, the Sumerian moon god, as a sacred trophy. For centuries it stood in a temple at Susa as a symbol of triumph. But later, Babylon retaliated, burning the city and reclaiming the idol. The endless cycle of vengeance and restoration turned Elam into a mirror of Mesopotamia, always present, always entangled, yet rarely remembered as the center of the world. Despite being wedged between giant empires, Elam built a distinct identity. they worshipped Inshushinak, the goddess who guided the dead through gates of judgment, a belief that would later echo in Persian and Zoroastrian thought. The bronze statues and tiered temples of Chogar Zanbil still stand today, silent testaments to a civilization that preferred endurance over grandeur. By the 7th century before the Common Era, Assyria invaded and destroyed Elam, burning Susa to the ground. An Assyrian general boasted, "I erased the name of Elam from the face of the earth." But more than 2,000 years later, in those half-burned bricks, the Elamite script still endures, proof that nothing truly disappears, only sleeps beneath the ashes of the stronger. Far to the northwest, another enigma emerged, the kingdom of Mitanni. They appeared later, around 1,600 years before the Common Era, but for nearly 3 centuries they served as the bridge between empires, Egypt, the Hittites, Babylon, and Assyria. Mitanni occupied a crossroads between the Mediterranean and Mesopotamia, a position that made them both indispensable and envied. Their society was a blend of 2 worlds. The ruling class spoke an Indo-Aryan tongue related to Sanskrit, while the common people spoke Hurrian, the local language. In treaties and royal oaths, the names of their gods appear: Indra, Varuna, Mitra, deities of ancient India. Because of this, many scholars see Mitanni as a cultural bridge between India and the Near East, the place where 2 distant worlds met and briefly shared the same sky. Under King Tushratta, Mitanni reached its height of power. He sealed alliances through diplomacy, not conquest. His daughter Giluhepa married Pharaoh Amenhotep III of Egypt, and another daughter, Taduhepa, later became the wife of Akhenaten. In the famous Amarna letters, Tushratta addressed the pharaoh as an equal, calling him "my brother." It was one of the rare moments in history when great powers negotiated not with swords, but with gifts, letters, and marriage. But like all buffer kingdoms, Mitanni eventually fell, crushed between the rising Hittite Empire to the north and the expanding Assyrians to the east. Within a single generation, its name vanished from the maps. Elam and Mitanni, faint footnotes in modern textbooks, were, in truth, the hidden arteries of history. Without them, Mesopotamia would have remained isolated, Egypt might never have known the myths of the East, and India's languages might never have whispered across the Mediterranean. They built no pyramids, no hanging gardens, but they left behind something far greater: connection, the invisible threads that bound civilizations together. A reminder that the world was not built only by conquerors, but also by those who kept it whole. And before these small yet vital kingdoms could rise and fade, history's gaze had already turned westward, to the land that first caught the morning light, Egypt, the realm of the Nile, of the pharaohs, and of monuments that still defy time itself. Along the banks of the Nile River, where golden desert meets blue water, where sand and silt give birth to life, humanity built a world that endured for more than 3,000 years, longer than any other civilization in history. From the first pyramids of Giza to the vast temples of Luxor, from the gaze of the Sphinx facing the dawn to the mummies lying silent in eternal darkness, Egypt became the legend of endurance, a civilization that knew how to rise again after every fall. The Old Kingdom, circa 2686 to 2181 years before the Common Era, was Egypt's dawn, the age when the first pharaohs united Upper and Lower Egypt, turning the Nile into the nation's lifeblood. Under the Fourth Dynasty, the great pyramids of Khufu, Cheops, Khafre, and Menkaure rose, not merely as tombs but as declarations of eternal power. Each stone, weighing tons, was placed by hand according to astronomical precision so exact that it still astonishes modern scientists. Archaeologists believe this was the moment humanity first dared to defy mortality, by building monuments that would outlast the builders themselves. But even glory fades. After nearly 5 centuries, the pharaohs lost power to provincial governors and officials. The collapse of the Old Kingdom gave rise to the first intermediate period, an age of chaos, famine, and division. Yet from the ashes, Egypt was reborn. The Middle Kingdom, 2055 to 1650 years before the Common Era, emerged as a renaissance, a time when pharaohs like Mentuhotep II and Senusret III reunited the land, restored order, expanded irrigation canals, and transformed agriculture into the foundation of stability. If the Old Kingdom was the age of pyramids, the Middle Kingdom was the age of philosophy and literature. Texts such as the teachings of Ptahhotep, the eloquent peasant, and the tale of Sinuhe reveal a people who had begun to question morality, justice, and the meaning of life. Egypt was no longer built only of stone, it was built of thought. As one timeless saying from that era reminds us, "Do good whenever you can, for none know what awaits them in the darkness." Then, once again, order collapsed. The Hyksos, invaders from Asia, swept into the delta bringing horses and war chariots. Technologies unknown to Egypt. For nearly a century, Egypt lived under foreign rule. But even in subjugation, they learned from their conquerors, mastering the art of war. And when the time came, they rose again, entering the New Kingdom, 1550 to 1070 years before the Common Era, the most dazzling era in Egypt's long history. Names like Ahmose I, Hatshepsut, Thutmose III, Amenhotep III, Akhenaten, Tutankhamun, and Ramses II were not merely kings. They were symbols of the first great African empire. Egypt conquered Nubia, invaded Syria, and traded with Crete and Babylon. In Thebes, the temples of Karnak and Luxor rose like hymns carved in stone. Hatshepsut, the first female pharaoh, sent a fleet to Punt, modern-day Somalia, to bring back gold, incense, and myrrh. Ramses II, called the Great, signed the earliest known peace treaty in history with the Hittites, immortalized on the walls of Abu Simbel, where his colossal statues still gaze across the desert after more than 3,000 years. Yet within this golden age, the first cracks appeared. Akhenaten, the heretic pharaoh, sought to overthrow Egypt's ancient pantheon and worship only the sun god Aten. He moved the capital to Amarna, leaving behind a divided empire. After his death, Tutankhamun restored the old religion, but Egypt's strength had begun to wane. Foreign invaders followed: Libyans, Nubians, Assyrians, and finally Persians, each taking their turn as masters of the Nile. The river still flowed, but the divine authority of the pharaoh had become only a shadow of what it once was. When Alexander the Great marched into Egypt in 332 years before the Common Era, there was no resistance. The people welcomed him as a new pharaoh. The Greco-Egyptian Ptolemaic dynasty was born, ending more than 3,000 years of native Egyptian rule. From then on, the pyramids stood as relics of the past, and the temples became silent sanctuaries where the gods themselves seemed to mourn. The civilization of Egypt was a cycle of splendor and decay, each collapse giving birth to renewal, like the Nile's eternal rhythm of flood and retreat, leaving fertile soil for the generations to come. Perhaps that is why the Egyptians believed in immortality, not only for the soul, but for their land itself. Each pyramid whispers the same truth. Eternity is not in the body, but in the power to rise again from ruin. And as the last rays of sunlight faded across the walls bearing the names of pharaohs, the light traveled southward, down the Nile, toward the black kingdoms of Nubia, Kerma, and Kush, where new rulers would inherit the flame of the pharaohs in their own way. South of the Nile, where the sun scorches the desert and the river carves its way through rocky cataracts, lay a land the Egyptians once called Ta-Seti, the land of the bow. It was home to tall, dark-skinned warriors boatmen who rode the green waters, master metalworkers, and traders who forged a civilization as old and proud as Egypt itself. This was Nubia, and at its heart stood Kerma, the first great Nubian capital, a black kingdom so radiant that even the pharaohs spoke of it with a mixture of reverence and fear. Around 2,500 years before the Common Era, while Egypt's old kingdom was reaching its zenith, Kerma was already a thriving center of power along the Upper Nile, in what is now northern Sudan. It was no mere village or outpost, but a full-fledged city, complete with walls, markets, temples, and royal tombs of astonishing scale, massive burial mounds rising 10 meters high, where hundreds of servants were sacrificed to follow their king into eternity. Under the burning sun, the city gleamed with the bronze of ornaments, the clang of metal, and the smell of leather and fire from the warrior forges. The people of Kerma were not only fighters, they were master traders. The Nile served as their lifeline, connecting them north to Egypt and south to sub-Saharan Africa. Through them flowed gold, ivory, ebony, incense, and slaves traded for linen, wine, and pottery from Thebes. The two civilizations were both rivals and partners, two branches of the same river locked in a relationship of dependence and defiance. To the Egyptians, Nubia was both a treasure and a threat, a land of endless gold and restless warriors. They launched campaigns southward, and the Nubians struck back with equal ferocity. During the Middle Kingdom, Egypt managed to seize a string of fortresses along the Nile, but Kerma refused to submit. By the 17th century before the Common Era, when Egypt was weakened by the invasion of the Hyksos, Nubia rose again, even capturing Thebes for a time. For a brief, extraordinary moment, black warriors from the south ruled the sacred cities of those who had once called them barbarians. Then came Egypt's new kingdom, and pharaohs like Thutmose III and Ramses II reconquered Nubia, turning it into a province known as Lower Nubia. Yet conquest did not erase Nubia, it transformed it. The Nubians learned Egyptian hieroglyphs, worshipped Egyptian gods, and built temples and tombs in Pharaoh's style. They did not lose their identity. They absorbed Egypt's power, waiting for the day they would reclaim it. That day came around 800 years before the Common Era, when Egypt was divided and weak. From the kingdom of Kush in Napata, a Nubian ruler named Pianki marched north, conquering Memphis and Thebes. But instead of burning the cities, he offered incense to the god Amun, proclaiming himself pharaoh of both Upper and Lower Egypt. And thus, after thousands of years of being seen as outsiders, the black pharaohs of Nubia became the rightful rulers of Egypt, founding the 25th dynasty. Kings such as Shabaka, Shebitku, and Taharka did more than reign. They revived Egypt's ancient spirit. They restored the temples of Karnak and Luxor, renewed the sacred festivals, and defended the land against foreign invasion. Taharka, mentioned even in the Bible, was said to have the stride of a lion and a voice like thunder. For a brief, blazing age, the Nile once again flowed under the shared crown of Egypt and Nubia, a kingdom united from Napata to the Mediterranean, where the sons of the desert carried the legacy of the pharaohs in their own image. But that brilliance did not last. From the north came the Assyrians, with iron chariots, steel discipline, and an empire that stretched across the Near East. They stormed down the Nile, seizing Memphis. The black pharaohs were forced to retreat southward, back to their ancestral homeland of Kush. They no longer dreamed of reclaiming the thrones of Thebes or Memphis. Instead, they chose to build a new world of their own, the kingdom of Meroe. It was a wise decision. Meroe lay far from the endless wars of the north, close to rich natural resources and along the trade routes linking Central Africa to the Red Sea. There, a new civilization emerged, no longer Egyptian in form, but a fusion of Nubian spirit and African genius. Meroe soon became the iron-working capital of ancient Africa, where thousands of furnaces burned day and night. The clang of hammers, the hiss of bellows, and the whisper of desert winds fused into the heartbeat of a rising empire. The piles of blackened slag and ash grew into small hills, and even today, scattered across the sands of Sudan, those dark mounds remain, silent witnesses to an industrial age that began 2 millennia before Rome. The people of Kush did not merely imitate Egypt, they transformed it. Their kings and queens still called themselves pharaohs, still wore the double crown of Upper and Lower Egypt, but now their hands held bows and spears, symbols of a warrior land. They built temples to Amun, Isis, and Horus, yet their architecture carried a distinctly African soul, low, thick, angular, carved into the rocky landscape. Most remarkable of all, they developed their own written language, the Meroitic script, the first indigenous writing system of sub-Saharan Africa. It remains only partly deciphered today, but it stands as proof that Kush had become a voice of its own, no longer an echo of Egypt. The most striking legacy of Meroe is its pyramids, smaller but more numerous than those of Giza, clustered across the golden dunes near the Nile. Unlike the colossal tombs of Egypt built for a few, Meroe's pyramids, more than 200 of them, were for kings, queens, and nobles alike. Their sharp peaks glimmered under the desert sun like spears aimed at the heavens. Inside, the walls were carved with scenes of black monarchs offering gifts to the gods, hunting lions, or sitting beside goddesses. If Egypt's pyramids proclaimed divine kingship, Meroe's spoke of shared eternity, not for a few chosen rulers, but for an entire people. And indeed, in Meroe, power was not the domain of men alone. Here arose the Kandake, warrior queens who ruled beside or even in place of their kings. Greek and Roman historians wrote of them with awe. One of the most famous, Queen Amanirenas, led her armies against Emperor Augustus of Rome. When Rome conquered Egypt in 30 years before the Common Era, they tried to march further south. But the Kushites ambushed them, beheaded the Roman general, and buried his head beneath the temple gate of Amun at Meroe as a warning. Rome, unable to conquer them, was forced to sign a peace treaty, granting Kush full independence. For centuries, Meroe remained the only African kingdom the Roman Empire could never subdue, yet no glory endures forever. By the 2nd century of the Common Era, trade shifted eastward toward the Red Sea, draining Meroe's wealth. The land was overworked, forests cut down for charcoal, the desert crept closer, and the Nile's lifeblood thinned. The black ash that once symbolized prosperity became a suffocating shroud. Caravans stopped coming, power slipped away to newer kingdoms, deeper within Africa. By the 4th century, the rising Aksumite Empire from the Ethiopian highlands invaded, crushing Kush. Meroe was abandoned, its streets swallowed by the sand. When European explorers stumbled upon Meroe in the 19th century, they stood speechless before the hundreds of silent pyramids clustered together beneath the blazing sun, an Egyptian dream rewritten in an African tongue. There was no gold, no famous name, only red brick and shadow. But for those who understood, Meroe told a powerful truth. Africa was never a follower of history. It once led it. It forged iron, built pyramids, wrote its own script, and stood defiant before Rome. And as twilight falls upon those black pyramids, one can feel something uncanny in the desert air, as though history itself had not died, but simply changed its shape, drifting eastward along the Nile toward the Red Sea, where yet another empire was preparing to rise, one that would connect Africa, Arabia, and India in a single tide of commerce and faith. High upon the Ethiopian plateau, where emerald mountains rise through seas of clouds and rivers carved deep into the earth, once stood a kingdom the Greeks called Aksum, the city of glory. Unlike Egypt, it was not born of the desert. Unlike Mesopotamia, It did not grow along a river. Axum rose from stone and sky, reaching outward toward the Red Sea, seizing the trade routes that bound Africa, Arabia, and the Indian Ocean together. Axum did not emerge in isolation. It was the direct heir of Kush and Meroe, but instead of turning toward the desert, it turned toward the sea. When the trade caravans of Meroe drifted eastward, they discovered fertile highlands, blessed with rain, mild climate, and the perfect vantage point to command both land and ocean. There, the Axumites built a city of granite and grandeur, adorned with towering obelisk stelae, each carved with meticulous detail, some rising over 30 meters and weighing hundreds of tons. No one knows exactly how they were raised. Each pillar marked either a royal tomb or a monument of divine power, a needle of stone reaching toward the heavens. From the 1st to the 7th century of the Common Era, Axum ruled the trade of the Red Sea. Its ports, Adulis and Massawa, became gateways of the ancient world. Ships from India brought spices, silk and pearls. From Arabia, incense and gold. From Axum sailed ivory, iron, wheat and slaves. The Greek trading text, Periplus of the Erythraean Sea, 1st century CE, described Axum as a rich and powerful kingdom whose king rules the lands across the Red Sea. The Axumites even minted their own gold, silver and bronze coins, rare proof of a highly organized African economy. Their coins bore the faces of kings and the symbols of the sun and moon, and later the Christian cross, marking the empire's transformation from trade power to holy realm. Around the 4th century under King Ezana, Axum became the first African kingdom to adopt Christianity as its state religion. Legend tells of a Syrian youth named Frumentius, shipwrecked on Axum's shores. He was raised in the royal court, eventually becoming a bishop and bringing the faith from Alexandria. When King Ezana was baptized, Christianity became the empire's heart, even earlier than in much of Europe. Yet, Axum did not simply accept the new faith, it made it its own. They carved rock-hewn churches into mountainsides, worshipped in the ancient Ge'ez tongue, still used by Ethiopian priests today, and blended Christian devotion with their ancestral traditions. But Axum's greatness was not only spiritual, it was a diplomatic and maritime superpower recognized by Byzantine chroniclers as one of the 4 great kingdoms of the world, alongside Rome, Persia, and China. It ruled Yemen across the Red Sea and established trade networks stretching to India. In the ports of Adulis, one could hear Greek, Arabic, Tamil, and Nubian voices mingling on the sea breeze, the sound of a truly interconnected world. Yet, as with all empires that turned their gaze to the sea, Axum's prosperity proved fragile. By the 7th century, the rise of Islam redrew the map of the Indian Ocean trade. Arab fleets came to dominate the Red Sea routes, and the flow of gold, ivory, and spices shifted to new ports under their control. Axum's lifelines were cut. Exhausted soil, deforestation for iron smelting, drought, and constant warfare drained the empire's strength. Gradually, it retreated inland, its ports silenced, its power fading into mist. When the world forgot Axum, its stone obelisks still stood, watching over the foggy plains below. Archaeologists who rediscovered the ruins found a city of granite built when Europe was still covered in forest, inscriptions in Ge'ez recounting victories, and coins engraved with kings and crosses. But above all, they found something no other fallen empire left behind: continuity. For though Axum fell, its people did not vanish. Modern Ethiopians are their descendants. They still speak languages born of Ge'ez, still practice the Christian faith of King Ezana, and still trace their lineage to the Queen of Sheba, who, legend says, once journeyed to visit King Solomon. In the grand story of Africa, Axum was the bridge between the continent and the world, between tradition and globalization, between gods and men. Without Axum, the Indian Ocean trade might never have formed, and the ancient world would have remained a cluster of isolated civilizations. Axum proved a timeless truth. The sea does not divide humanity, it connects us. Long before Axum's ships sailed the Red Sea, deep within the heart of West Africa, another spark of civilization had already ignited: Nok. There were no monumental temples, no carved inscriptions, no vast empire. Yet these people mastered iron, crafted sculpture, and built thriving communities when Greece had not yet raised Athens, and Rome was still a small cluster of huts along the Tiber. The story began in 1928, when tin miners in central Nigeria unearthed a clay head, a human face with solemn features and wide, circular eyes staring across millennia. Soon, hundreds of similar figures emerged from the earth: men and women, warriors and priests, animals, both real and mythical, and all sharing a distinctive, haunting style: large heads, sharply modeled features, and expressions that seemed both otherworldly and vividly alive. Dating revealed their astonishing age, around 1,000 years before the Common Era. That made the Nok the earliest known ironworking culture in sub-Saharan Africa, and one of the first on Earth to master the metal that would reshape human history. Before Nok, much of humanity still lived in the Bronze or Stone Age. The leap to iron was revolutionary, for iron was harder, more abundant, and capable of producing better tools, weapons, and plows. But forging it was no simple task. One had to reach temperatures above 1,000 degrees, mix charcoal and ore precisely, and control airflow through furnaces. There is no evidence that Nok learned these techniques from outsiders. They appear to have discovered ironworking independently apart from Egypt or Mesopotamia. That revelation astonished scholars, for while Western historians long assumed technology spread downward into Africa, here was proof that Africa had led, not followed. Iron changed everything. With metal tools, the Nok expanded agriculture, cultivating millet, yams, and sorghum. They raised cattle, hunted with iron-tipped spears, and began forming permanent villages. Over time, clusters of settlements grew into organized centers, with clay houses, smelting workshops, and burial grounds for ancestors. There were no palaces, no walled cities, but clear signs of social order, division of labor, and shared spiritual beliefs. It may have been an age when power did not belong to kings but to clans, elders, and the collective spirit that bound people to their land and their dead. What truly set Nok apart was their artistic vision of humanity. While many ancient cultures depicted gods or animals, the Nok sculpted themselves. Their terracotta figures show tightly curled hair, beaded necklaces, earrings, headpieces, and even decorative facial scars. Each piece feels intimate, a portrait of a vanished world still warm with life. Some figures appear thoughtful, others dance or pray, while a few depict complex rituals. Two people lifting their hands in unison, a meditating figure, a hunting scene frozen in clay. These were not just works of art, they were memory made tangible, the human soul imprinted upon the earth itself. Then suddenly, around 300 years before the Common Era, Nok vanished. There are no signs of invasion or war. Perhaps the soil was exhausted, forests stripped for fuel, or disease spread through the valleys. One day the forges went cold, the hammers fell silent, and the statues sank beneath the red earth. For thousands of years, their name was forgotten, until the 20th century, when the ground finally gave back its secrets. Only then did the world realize that Africa's history had begun not with colonization, but with art and metal. Archaeologists now believe that the peoples who came after, the Yoruba, Hausa, and Benin, inherited Nok's creative flame. In the bronze heads of Benin, the wooden masks of Nigeria, and the lifelike figures of Ife, one can still trace the spirit of Nok, the reverence for the human form, the balance of beauty and symmetry, the pulse of life captured in solid matter. Perhaps the Nok never truly disappeared. They simply transformed, their legacy flowing like molten iron through the bloodstream of Africa itself. While Africa was forging the spirit of iron far to the north, on the cold, stony highlands of Anatolia, another civilization was rising, turning metal into weapons and law into power. Amid the mountains of what is now central Turkey, the Hittites emerged as a force that made even Egypt and Babylon pause in caution. They left no pyramids, no towering statues of gods. Instead, the Hittites conquered the world with military innovation, political order, and the art of diplomacy. They were the first to bring chariots into organized warfare, and the first in human history to sign a written peace treaty. Between stone, iron, and blood, the Hittite Empire ignited a new idea, that true power could be measured not only by the sword, but by law and the honor of words between nations. Around the 17th century before the Common Era, as Mesopotamia waned after the fall of Old Babylon, a people speaking an Indo-European tongue swept down into Anatolia from the north. They seized native city-states like Hattusa, Nesha, and Alaka Hoyuk and built a new kingdom, Hatti, later known to the world as the Hittite Empire. They had no life-giving river like the Nile or the Tigris, but they possessed will and knowledge. In this rugged land of cold winds and hard soil, they learned to farm, to build fortresses, and most importantly, to smelt iron. The Hittites were among the first in the world to extract and forge iron on a large scale, ushering humanity into the Iron Age. While their rivals still fought with bronze, the Hittites wielded the metal that could slice through an enemy's armor, the weapon of a new era. Yet iron alone did not build an empire. The Hittites created another tool of dominance, the three-man chariot. While the Egyptians rode with two, the Hittite chariot carried an extra warrior to hold a shield, stabilizing and protecting the archer. On the battlefield, hundreds of these chariots thundered across the dust, combining with infantry and cavalry in a deadly storm of iron and discipline. Their empire spread across Anatolia, south into Syria, even capturing Babylon and ultimately clashing with Egypt, the other great superpower of the age. That fateful encounter came at Kadesh, on the banks of the Orontes River, around 1274 before the Common Era. Egypt's pharaoh Ramses II led 4 divisions and thousands of chariots north to reclaim this crucial stronghold. Facing him was Muwatalli II, the Hittite king, commanding an army of equal might. What followed was one of the largest chariot battles in ancient history. At first, Ramses fell into a trap, and his army broke apart, but he rallied, counterattacked, and turned disaster into survival. In the end, neither side could claim victory. Yet the true triumph came not from battle, but from what came after. Years later, weary of endless war, Hattusili III of Hatti and Ramses II of Egypt signed the Treaty of Kadesh, the oldest surviving diplomatic agreement in human history. Inscribed in Hittite cuneiform and Egyptian hieroglyphs, it declared, "Neither shall attack the other. If an enemy rises against one, the other shall come to his aid. They shall protect each other as brothers." It was more than a royal promise. It was the birth of international law, the first time peace itself had been written into stone. In Hattusa, the Hittite capital, archaeologists have uncovered vast archives containing tens of thousands of clay tablets, treaties, court rulings, administrative records, and letters from vassal kings. They reveal one of the most sophisticated bureaucracies of the ancient world. The king was not seen as a god, but as the servant of the gods. Beneath him stood nobles, generals, and scribes, all bound by written law, a forerunner of constitutional government. In Hittite society, power was documented and limited, a notion far ahead of its time. Their religion, too, was unique. The Hittites worshipped thousands of gods, many borrowed from neighboring peoples, earning them the title, the land of 1,000 deities. Rather than imposing a single faith, they embraced all divine forms that might bring peace. This spirit of tolerance, rare in the ancient world, became an early expression of religious pluralism. But as with all empires that rose too high, the Hittites eventually fell. Around 1200 before the Common Era, waves of mysterious raiders known as the Sea Peoples descended from the Mediterranean, burning cities and shattering kingdoms. Hattusa was destroyed, its walls reduced to ash, its clay tablets buried beneath the ruins. In barely a century, one of the mightiest powers of the ancient world vanished from the earth, leaving behind only broken stones carved with lions and eagles, gazing over an empty valley. For centuries, no one even remembered their name. The word Hittite disappeared until the 19th century, when archaeologists rediscovered Hattusa and deciphered their cuneiform, reopening a lost chapter of human history. The Hittites left us three great legacies: iron, law, and diplomacy. They proved that strength can conquer enemies, but only words and memory endure beyond victory. And as Hattusa, the proud capital of the north, crumbled into dust, Anatolia's story did not end. Amid its shattered temples and forgotten scripts, the northern flame still burned. To the east, among mountains and icy lakes, another kingdom was rising, Urartu, the final heir of the highlands, ready to carry the torch once more across the stone and bronze of history. Around the 9th century before the Common Era, in the rugged lands that today span Armenia, eastern Turkey, and northwestern Iran, a mountain empire arose, Urartu. Its capital, Tushpa, later known as Van, stood high upon a sheer cliff overlooking the turquoise waters of Lake Van, encircled by massive stone walls hewn from the mountains themselves. The people of Urartu possessed neither fertile plains nor great rivers, but they compensated with mastery in engineering and hydraulic innovation. Across their dry highland terrain, they carved irrigation canals from melting mountain snow, built reservoirs and laid underground aqueducts, some of which still function to this very day. Urartu's kings, Menua, Argishti I, Sarduri II, forged a centralized, disciplined state, writing their decrees in cuneiform script borrowed from Assyria. Under Argishti, their armies marched south, expanding into northern Syria and clashing with the Assyrian superpower. To defend their realm, they constructed fortresses of stone on mountain tops, from Erebuni to Khamir Blur, bastions so strong that their foundations still stand after nearly 3,000 years. Stone inscriptions celebrated victories and devotion to Haldi, the war god of Urartu, often depicted riding a lion above city gates, a symbol of defiance carved into the mountains of fire and ice. Yet, Urartu was not merely a realm of warriors. Its artisans were among the finest metalworkers of the ancient world. Bronze, gold, and ivory objects found in their tombs show exquisite skill and design, influencing the later art of Armenia and the Caucasus. In the ruins of Erebuni, traces of red-painted walls reveal a culture that valued order and beauty alike. But their position, caught between Assyria to the south and the nomadic Scythians to the north, proved fatal. By around 600 before the Common Era, Urartu's cities were burned, its fortresses razed, and its people scattered. When the Persians rose soon after, Urartu survived only in memory. Its name, however, endured, transformed into Ararat, the sacred mountain where, according to the Bible, Noah's Ark is said to have come to rest, a symbol that still defines the Armenian soul. To the west of Urartu, across the golden hills of central Anatolia, another kingdom flourished, Phrygia. Rising after the fall of the Hittites around 1200 to 700 before the Common Era, Phrygia became a new seat of power in Asia Minor. Its capital, Gordion, lay along the vital trade routes between the Mediterranean and the Black Sea, a crossroads of east and west. The Phrygians left behind rock-cut temples, monumental cliff facades, and, most strikingly, great burial mounds, or tumuli, tombs for their kings. The largest of these belongs to a ruler whose name still echoes through myth and history alike, King Midas. Midas, a name everyone knows, though few remember he was real. Greek legend tells of the man who turned everything he touched into gold, a gift from Dionysus that soon became a curse when food, drink, and even his loved ones turned to lifeless metal. The story, though mythic, reflects the genuine wealth and tragedy of Phrygia itself. By the 8th century before the Common Era, Gordion was indeed a center of trade in gold, copper, and iron. Greek merchants brought their myths and told the tale of Midas as a warning, a parable of greed and the loneliness of kingship. Historically, Midas was the last great ruler of Phrygia. Caught between the expanding powers of Assyria and Urartu, he sought alliances with one, then the other, trying to preserve his fragile realm. But around 700 before the Common Era, disaster came from the north. The Cimmerians, fierce nomads, swept down upon Anatolia. They sacked Gordion, burned its palaces, and crushed Phrygia. According to ancient tradition, Midas, realizing all was lost, drank poison and died in silence. The kingdom of gold was reduced to ash and ruin. When archaeologists excavated Gordion, they uncovered a massive wooden burial chamber sealed for nearly 3,000 years. Inside lay the body of a man wearing a bronze crown, surrounded by hundreds of bronze vessels and carved wooden furnishings. Radiocarbon dating confirmed the tomb's age. It was indeed the resting place of the historical King Midas. There was no treasure of gold, only charred timbers and dust. It was as if history itself had chosen irony. The man remembered for gold lay forever in darkness without a single gleam of it. Phrygia later fell under the empires of Lydia, Persia, and finally Greece. Urartu was absorbed into ancient Armenia. One kingdom built from stone, the other from gold. Both teach a timeless truth. Civilization does not only bloom in fertile valleys or along great rivers. It can rise from the mountains, from cold winds and stubborn soil, born of the will to endure. In the harshest lands, humanity learned how to forge strength from the very struggle to survive. While great empires of the East fought for power with swords and kingdoms, along the shimmering shores of the Mediterranean Sea, a quieter kind of civilization arose. One built not on conquest or vast territory, but on knowledge, navigation, and the written word. Nestled between the mountains of the Levant, where the Lebanon ranges meet the salt-washed waves of the Mediterranean, Phoenicia was small, fragmented, and mountainous. Yet its influence would ripple across all of human history. It left behind no pyramids, no colossal temples, no empire of conquest. Instead, the Phoenicians gave humanity something infinitely more enduring, the alphabet, the seed from which nearly every written language of the modern world would grow. The Phoenicians never saw themselves as one nation. They were a confederation of coastal city-states, Tyre, Sidon, Byblos, Arwad, each ruled by its own king, yet united by the sea and by trade. Lacking broad plains or mineral wealth, they turned to the two gifts their land did offer: cedar forests and open water. From these, they built ships, routes, and influence that no empire could match. Their cedarwood vessels glided across the Mediterranean, from Egypt to Greece, Cyprus to Carthage, carrying goods, stories, and, most importantly, letters. Around the 12th century before the Common Era, as the Hittite and Mycenaean worlds crumbled in chaos, the Phoenicians quietly rose. While kingdoms fell to war and famine, the Phoenicians prospered through exchange, not invasion. They shipped cedar to Egypt for temples and ships, traded metals, wine, ivory, spices, and glass to every shore they reached. They were the brokers of the ancient world, weaving a network that linked east and west, north and south. Each voyage brought new trade routes, new colonies, and new ideas. But their greatest invention was not a product. It was a system of symbols that would forever transform communication. Earlier civilizations, Egypt, Sumer, Babylon, had writing, but it was cumbersome, filled with hundreds of characters only priests or scribes could master. The Phoenicians, practical merchants that they were, needed something simpler, a system anyone could learn, one that served commerce rather than ceremony. So they devised an alphabet of 22 consonant signs, each representing a single sound. Gone were the pictograms and divine hieroglyphs. This was writing for the people, quick, efficient, universal. That simplicity changed the world. When the Greeks encountered the Phoenicians, they borrowed the system, added vowels, and gave birth to the Greek alphabet, the ancestor of Latin, Cyrillic, and nearly every Western script in use today. In other words, every sentence you read now traces its ancestry back to Phoenicia. Even our words carry their memory. Byblos, their port for exporting papyrus, became the root of Bible, meaning the book. Phone, their word for voice, became phonetic, telephone, symphony. Long after their cities fell, the Phoenicians still spoke, through every word we write. Yet they were not merely inventors of letters. They were masters of the sea. Their ships were faster, lighter, and more agile than any rivals. They read the stars for direction, harnessed the winds for speed, and built organized harbors across the Mediterranean. From Tyre, they founded colonies far and wide, the most famous being Carthage in North Africa, which would later rise to challenge Rome itself. Phoenician sailors reached Greece, Sicily, even the distant Pillars of Hercules at Gibraltar. Some ancient accounts even whisper that they sailed beyond the Atlantic into the endless Western Sea. A legend unproven, yet one that captures their boundless daring. The Phoenicians traded not only goods but ideas. They carried myths, art, and architecture across continents and absorbed the cultures they touched. Their gods, Baal and Astarte, would be reborn in foreign lands under new names: Ishtar, Aphrodite, Venus. In this way, they became the first cultural weavers of humanity, blending civilizations into one vast maritime tapestry. But the price of such freedom was fragility. Without a great army, Phoenicia fell again and again to Assyria, Babylon, Persia, and Greece. The proud city of Tyre was finally destroyed by Alexander the Great after a 7-month siege. Yet even in ruin, their spirit endured. The survivors fled to Carthage, their greatest colony, and there they rebuilt, transforming it into the next great maritime power of the Mediterranean. The story of the Phoenicians would continue not on the Levantine coast but across the sea, reborn in Carthage, the black jewel of Africa, where trade would turn once more into empire and peace into war. Phoenicia gave humanity an invisible yet immortal gift: the written word and the mindset of connection. While other civilizations built with stone and steel, they built with symbols, memory, and curiosity. Their cargoes are long gone, but what they carried, language, trade, the impulse to explore, still lives in every map, every book, every spoken word. And as the last purple sails of Tyre faded beneath the Mediterranean sun, a new shadow rose on the horizon. Carthage, the heir of Phoenicia, ready to turn the tide of history in fire and iron. Carthage, a great harbour city on the North African coast, facing the Italian peninsula. It was here that exiled merchants from Tyre cast their anchors in the 9th century before Common Era. The Phoenician name Kart Hadasht meant new city. But Carthage was far more than a mere settlement. It grew into the mightiest maritime empire of the ancient world, the only power capable of challenging the rise of Rome. From a former colony, Carthage ascended to dominance and then was consumed by fire, like a blazing star that falls into darkness. The city was built around an enormous double harbour, one for trade ships and one for the war fleet, enclosed by massive walls and circular storehouses that still astonish archaeologists today. Its population exceeded 500,000, making it the commercial heart of the Western Mediterranean. Carthaginian traders sailed to Iberia, Sicily, and even the misty isles of ancient Britain to buy tin and silver. Along the North African coast, Carthage controlled dozens of colonies, each serving as a vital stop for ships that connected the ancient world. They were no longer just descendants of Phoenicia. They had become the Second Phoenician Empire, independent, rich, confident, and feared. The Romans called them Poeni, meaning Phoenicians, which gave rise to the word Punic. Between these two young powers, conflict was inevitable. Rome built its might upon discipline, legions, and its hunger for control of the land. Carthage, by contrast, relied on trade, naval mastery, and the fluid strategies of the sea. These two worlds collided in the three Punic Wars, spanning more than a century, from 264 to 146 before Common Era, ending with one of the greatest tragedies in ancient history. During the Second Punic War, 218 to 201 before Common Era, Carthage produced a military genius whose name still echoes through time, Hannibal Barca. The son of a Carthaginian general who once swore eternal hatred for Rome, Hannibal carried within him both vengeance and destiny. In his 20s, he commanded forces in Iberia, then made an unthinkable decision to cross the Alps and invade Rome from the north. In that moment, history held its breath. More than 50,000 soldiers, thousands of horses, and a line of war elephants, Carthage's living symbols, braved snow, rock, and ambush. Half of them perished, but Hannibal achieved the impossible. He brought war to the very heart of Italy. For over 15 years he roamed the peninsula, defeating Rome in legendary battles, Trebia, Trasimene, and Cannae, where nearly 50,000 Roman soldiers fell in a single day. Historians still call Cannae a perfect victory in the masterpiece of encirclement, a strategy taught in military academies even today. Yet brilliance alone could not win the war. Hannibal could shatter legions, but not Rome's will. The Romans, relentless and unyielding, refused peace and rebuilt their strength. When they struck back directly at Carthage in North Africa, Hannibal was forced to return home. At the Battle of Zama in 202, before Common Era, he faced Scipio Africanus and lost. Carthage's fleet was destroyed, its army disbanded, and the city was forced to pay a crushing tribute. Hannibal fled into exile, hunted until the end. When the Romans finally cornered him, he took poison, saying, "Let me free myself from the chains of Rome." Even in defeat, Carthage refused to die. A century later, the city revived through trade, once again becoming wealthy, enough to rekindle Rome's fear. The Roman senator, Cato the Elder, ended every speech with the same chilling phrase, Carthago delenda est. Carthage must be destroyed. And so, in 149, before Common Era, Rome found its excuse. The Third Punic War began. For 3 years, the Romans besieged Carthage. Starved and desperate, its people still fought on, melting bronze to forge weapons, women cutting their hair to make bowstrings. But in the end, the final flame went out. In 146 before Common Era, Rome stormed the city. Carthage was burned to the ground. Its survivors were sold into slavery. The land itself was ploughed with salt so that nothing would ever grow again, a symbolic act of total annihilation. Carthage vanished from the map. And yet, a century later, Rome, the very empire that had destroyed it, rebuilt the city on the same ashes, as if unable to bear the emptiness it had created. But Carthage did not die in silence. Its legacy lived on, and trade routes, maritime knowledge, and the legend of Hannibal, the greatest general who never won. From Napoleon to Rommel, generations of commanders studied his campaigns, inspired by the man who proved that human will could conquer even mountains and fate itself. Carthage remains a tragedy of brilliance crushed by power, a city of commerce and sea winds, destroyed simply because another empire could not share the world. Yet like all great tragedies, it never truly faded. It lives on in every story of freedom and resistance, and in the sound of the Mediterranean waves that still crash against the ruins of its harbours. Where Hannibal Barca once stood, the man who made Rome tremble. And as the smoke of Carthage slowly faded from the African coast, far to the southeast, across the Arabian desert, another people began to rise. Amid sand, stone, and wind, a nomadic nation learned to turn desert into fortress and rock into temple. They were the Nabateans, the ones who carved their name into rose-red cliffs and into time itself. Masters of Petra, the city of stone, where nature and human hands became one eternal masterpiece. The origins of the Nabateans remain shrouded in mystery. They are believed to have been Arab tribes who migrated northward from the Arabian Peninsula around the 6th century before Common Era. For centuries, they were nomadic caravaneers, desert guides transporting incense, frankincense, myrrh, and aromatic resins from Yemen and Oman to Syria and Egypt. Yet over time, they mastered a kind of power that required no swords, control over trade. Anyone who wished to cross the deadly sands needed their permission. The Nabateans did not simply survive in the desert, they ruled it. By the 4th century before Common Era, they settled in a valley shielded by towering cliffs, accessible only through a narrow gorge nearly 2 kilometers long. The Sick, the famous rock passage known today. Within that natural fortress they built Petra, a city without walls or gates, for nature itself had already provided perfect defense. When sunlight pierces the Sick, the grand facade of Al-Khazna, the treasury, glows like a massive rose-gold monument. Every Corinthian column, every carved relief, every line etched into the sandstone blends Greek, Egyptian, and Roman artistry, a reflection of a civilization open to the world. Petra was not just beautiful, it was an engineering marvel. In the heart of a barren desert, the Nabateans designed an intricate system to harvest rainwater, hundreds of rock-cut channels, cisterns, and dams that stored and distributed water throughout the city. They captured runoff from distant mountains and saved it for the dry season, transforming Petra into a green oasis amid burning sands. Archaeologists estimate that the city once held tens of thousands of inhabitants, complete with gardens, markets, public baths, and a grand amphitheatre carved directly into the mountain, seating 6,000 people. In the ancient world, there was nothing quite like Petra. Part fortress, part sanctuary, part cultural crossroads of gods and men. The Nabateans became fabulously wealthy thanks to the incense route, the trade artery linking Yemen with the Mediterranean. They taxed every caravan, controlled every cargo, and traded with nearly every power around them: Egypt, Greece, Rome, and Parthia. In the immense rock tombs of Petra, Nabatean kings carved their likenesses alongside Greek deities, proof of a hybrid yet independent identity. They spoke an early form of Arabic but wrote in Aramaic. They worshipped Dushara, the mountain god, but also honored Isis, Dionysus, and Zeus. The entire city stood as a symbol of harmony among civilizations. Yet, like every trade empire in history, Petra could not escape the passage of time. As Rome expanded eastward, it set its eyes upon this desert jewel. In the year 106 of the Common Era, Emperor Trajan annexed Nabatea, turning it into the Roman province of Arabia Petraea. At first, Petra thrived under Roman rule. New roads were built, baths expanded, theatres restored. But as trade gradually shifted to sea routes through the Red Sea, Petra's importance faded. Earthquakes in the 4th and 6th centuries destroyed much of the city. Its people left, and only a few Byzantine monks and nomads remained. Slowly, Petra disappeared from maps and from memory. For over 1,000 years, no Westerner knew of its existence. Then, in 1812, a Swiss explorer named Johann Ludwig Burckhardt, disguised as an Arab traveller, was led through the Essek and became the first European in centuries to gaze upon Al-Khazneh. He wrote, "I stood speechless, as if I had found the gates of heaven carved into living rock." Today, Petra stands as the national symbol of Jordan, one of the new 7 wonders of the world. But behind its beauty lies the spirit of the Nabateans, a people who refused to let the desert consume them and instead learned to live in harmony with it. They proved that civilization does not have to rise beside great rivers. Sometimes it blooms in the sand, nourished by the will to endure and the grace of ingenuity. And when moonlight falls upon the rose-red cliffs of Petra, one can almost hear the soft echo of camels, the whisper of wind through the Seek, and the distant voices of ancient traders saying, "There is no road through the desert that does not pass through us." Yet the desert's mysteries did not end there. If Petra was the jewel of the Middle East, then far to the east, in a fertile and ancient valley, other cities were already taking shape. Cities with planned streets, drainage systems, and a script that still resists every attempt to read it. This was the Indus Valley, the civilization of the Indus River, also known as the Harappan civilization. While Egypt was raising its pyramids and Sumer was inventing writing, here people were already building fully planned cities with paved streets, complex drainage systems, and standardized brick houses created more than 4,000 years ago. No wars were recorded, no kings immortalized in stone, yet there was order, cleanliness, and collective intelligence, qualities that made it Asia's earliest and most mysterious urban society. The story began in the early 20th century when British archaeologists stumbled upon ancient bricks while constructing a railway line between Lahore and Karachi. They quickly realized these were not ordinary ruins, but the remains of a vast, unknown city. The first site was named Harappa, followed by another, Mohenjo-Daro, the Mound of the Dead. When excavated, both cities astonished the world. Streets laid out in perfect grids, brick houses built to uniform measurements, each with private wells, bathrooms, and underground drains leading to main sewer lines. No earlier civilization had reached such a level of urban planning. What puzzled archaeologists most was what they did not find: no palaces, no temples, no royal statues. There was no visible ruling class. Everything appeared to be collectively organized, almost democratic. as if this society functioned without absolute power. In a world where most civilizations were built upon conquest, the Indus was built upon cooperation. Excavators found hundreds of carved stone seals depicting animals, people, and strange symbols used to mark goods in trade. They revealed an economy that was unified, managed, and peaceful. Harappa and Mohenjo-Daro were the two great centers of this civilization, each likely home to 40 to 50,000 inhabitants, connected through an extensive network of trade. From these cities, goods such as gemstones, seashells, cotton, and metals traveled down the Indus River to the Arabian coast and from there to Mesopotamia. On ancient Sumerian tablets, traders mentioned a land called Meluha, believed to be the Indus region, whose merchants brought exotic wares and knowledge from the east. The ancient world, long before borders or maps, was already beginning to connect through commerce and trust. But what truly made the Indus Valley legendary was its language, still unread to this day. Thousands of seals have been found, each just a few centimeters wide, carved with 5 to 20 symbols. It is a script older than any known alphabet, yet no one can read it. We do not know what they prayed for, what they recorded, or even what they called themselves. No royal names, no epics, no written histories, only the image of a perfect, faceless order. Among the most striking discoveries is the Great Bath of Mohenjo-Daro, a massive brick-lined pool with stairways on both sides, likely used for ritual bathing or purification. Nearby stood granaries, residential blocks, markets, and workshops where artisans crafted beads, pottery, and bronze tools. At Harappa, archaeologists found carefully calibrated weights and measuring rods, evidence of a standardized system across the region, a rarity in the ancient world. This was not a collection of villages, it was a planned civilization founded on reason, engineering, and social harmony. Then, as if swept away by an invisible hand, the Indus civilization vanished around 1900 before Common Era. There was no war, no invasion, no visible destruction. Life simply stopped. Homes abandoned, drains dry, seals scattered. Scholars debate why, perhaps climate change, as the great Sarasvati River, once a major tributary of the Indus, dried up and turned fertile land into desert. Or perhaps floods and disease forced people eastward toward the Ganges plain. Maybe they did not truly disappear. They transformed, merging into what would later become the foundation of Indian civilization. From the red walls of Mohenjo-Daro, the flow of culture continued eastward. Along the Ganges River, where a new empire would rise, uniting philosophy, morality, and power into a single vision. The Mauryan dynasty, illuminated by the rule and compassion of Emperor Ashoka the Great. The story begins with Chandragupta Maurya, the founder of the dynasty, who lived in the 4th century before Common Era. He rose during the turbulent years following Alexander the Great's withdrawal from India. Once an unknown young man, Chandragupta, guided by the brilliant scholar Chanakya, also known as Kautilya, led a rebellion, overthrew local kingdoms, and established the Mauryan Empire around 321 before Common Era, with its capital at Pataliputra, modern-day Patna. Under his rule, India was unified for the first time, stretching from the Ganges in the east to the borders of Persia in the west, and from the Himalayas down to the Deccan Plateau. Chandragupta ruled with iron discipline, but also with order and law. The Arthashastra, written by Chanakya, was one of the earliest treatises on statecraft, a manual of economics, espionage, military strategy, taxation, and political philosophy. It was the product of a pragmatic mind, not of religion, but of reason. Yet only 2 generations later, this empire built on logic and conquest would be transformed by a different light, the golden glow of the Dharma. Chandragupta's grandson, Ashoka, ascended the throne around 268 before Common Era. At first, he was a typical monarch, ambitious, ruthless, eager to expand his domain through war. During the early years of his reign, he launched several campaigns, the most devastating being the conquest of Kalinga, a wealthy region along the Bay of Bengal. Records tell of over 100,000 people killed, and many times that number enslaved. Standing on a field soaked in blood, Ashoka was struck by the horror of his own victory. In inscriptions he left behind, Ashoka wrote, "Conquest through the sword brings sorrow, only conquest through virtue brings true peace." From that moment he renounced violence, embraced the teachings of the Buddha, and turned governance into a moral quest. He carved his principles, the edicts of Ashoka, into stone pillars and rock faces across the empire, written in multiple languages so that people from mountains to coasts could understand them. Those inscriptions still stand today, scattered across India, words of compassion, honesty, and tolerance etched into eternity. Under Ashoka's reign, the Mauryan Empire reached its golden age. He built roads, hospitals for both people and animals, rest houses for travelers, and sent Buddhist missions across the world, to Sri Lanka, Afghanistan, even as far as Egypt and Greece. Through those emissaries, Buddhism spread beyond India's borders, becoming one of humanity's first global faiths. In Sri Lanka, King Devanampiya Tissa, Ashoka's friend and correspondent, converted to Buddhism. In Central Asia, Mauryan monks planted the seeds that would one day blossom into the great Buddhist centers of Gandhara and Nalanda. Ashoka did not use Buddhism as a tool of control. He never forced his subjects to follow it. Instead, he taught respect for all faiths. One of his most famous edicts declares, "One should not glorify one's own religion by condemning the religion of others. He who honors all religions honors his own." In an ancient world divided by gods and borders, such words were centuries ahead of their time. Yet, as with all empires built more on virtue than force, Maurya's strength began to fade. After Ashoka's death around 232 before Common Era, the empire slowly unraveled. Regional kingdoms rose, trade routes fractured, and the great Mauryan realm became memory. But that memory did not die. It evolved, transforming into spirit and echoing through centuries of Indian philosophy and faith. Today, the Dharmachakra, the wheel of law that Ashoka engraved on his stone pillars, still adorns the national flag of India, a reminder that the greatest power is not found in swords, but in moral clarity. The armies, fortresses, and chariots of Maurya are long gone, yet Ashoka's words remain carved in rock, whispering across millennia, "Conquer through compassion." It stands as one of the most deeply human ideals ever conceived. Maurya and Ashoka remind us that empires can rise not only through conquest, but through awakening. From Harappa to Pataliputra, India's journey was one from material order to moral order, from bricks to wisdom. And when the light of Buddhism spread outward, it did not stop at India's borders. It crossed the Himalayas, followed the Silk Roads, reached Central Asia, China, and Southeast Asia, carrying the spirit of Ashoka, the king who chose compassion over conquest. Yet Indian history never stood still. After the fall of Maurya, the subcontinent once again splintered into warring states, faith was tested, and chaos returned. But from that darkness a new flame was about to rise, not of armies, but of the human mind. After centuries of turmoil, the Indian subcontinent once again began to shine, this time through knowledge, art, and science. It was the era of the Gupta Empire, often called the Golden Age of ancient India. From the 4th to the 6th centuries of the Common Era, under rulers such as Chandragupta I, Samudragupta, and Chandragupta II, known as Vikramaditya, India became the brightest center of Asian civilization. Where philosophy met astronomy, Poetry walked hand in hand with mathematics, and religious tolerance reached a rare perfection in human history. The Gupta dynasty rose around the year 320 of the Common Era, when Chandragupta I, a local leader from the Magadha region, unified northern India. Under his son Samudragupta, the empire expanded through conquest. Yet instead of ruling by sword and fear, he chose alliance and respect for local traditions. Samudragupta was not only a warrior, but also a poet and musician, known for playing the veena, and a patron of the arts. Under his rule, Pataliputra once again became a radiant capital, while the fertile Ganges plain bloomed with centers of learning, temples, and bustling craft markets. When Chandragupta II, Vikramaditya, ascended the throne, the Gupta Empire reached the peak of its power and culture. He strengthened administration, encouraged trade with Southeast Asia and China, and expanded ports along the Bay of Bengal and the Arabian Sea. Indian merchants carried silk, spices, gems, and Buddhist statues across the seas, while the Silk Road from the north brought back knowledge, gold, and art. But the true brilliance of the Gupta era was not its wealth, it was its devotion to knowledge and the freedom to pursue truth. From great universities such as Nalanda and Takshashila, among the earliest in the world, thousands of scholars gathered to study. Hindu, Buddhist, and Jain philosophers lived and debated side by side without hatred. Mathematics and astronomy reached heights unmatched in the ancient world. The mathematician Aryabhata, who lived toward the end of the Gupta period, was the first to describe the decimal system, define the concept of zero, and calculate the value of pi with astonishing accuracy. He also proposed that the Earth rotates on its own axis, an idea more than 1,000 years ahead of Europe. Another astronomer, Varahamihira, recorded eclipses, planetary movements, and a lunar-based calendar that still forms the foundation of the Hindu calendar today. In medicine, texts such as the Sushruta Samhita described surgical procedures, suturing, and even skin grafting. In art, the sculptures of Vishnu, Shiva, and Devi were carved so gracefully that people said, "Even stone has a soul." The frescoes of the Ajanta caves, painted with natural minerals, remain vivid after 15 centuries, capturing scenes of life, compassion, and the gentle humanity of that age. The Gupta era was also the age of Sanskrit literature. The great epics, the Mahabharata and the Ramayana, were refined into their classical forms, while poetry and drama flourished. The poet Kalidasa, often called the Shakespeare of India, wrote masterpieces like Shakuntala, whose verses are still recited today. The world is truly beautiful, only when lit by knowledge and kindness. Remarkably, the Gupta rulers embodied a rare spirit of tolerance. Although they were devout Hindus, they also supported Buddhism and Jainism, allowing temples and monasteries to thrive side by side. There were no walls dividing faiths, only the flow of culture. India in this era was no longer a land of fragmentation, but a realm of intellect and imagination. Yet, as with all golden ages, the light could not last forever. By the 6th century, the White Huns, the Hephthalites, swept across the Hindu Kush mountains, ravaging cities, plundering Nalanda, and weakening the empire's economy. Regional kingdoms rose again, fracturing the land. Though the Gupta Empire fell, its influence endured for millennia. In architecture, art, philosophy, and the Hindu thought that would inspire cultures from Cambodia to Java, Bali, and Thailand. And then to the northwest, among the rugged peaks of the Hindu Kush and the valleys of the Kabul River, another world began to form. It was a place where Greece met India, where East and West ceased to be opposites, and for a brief moment in history became one. Here, the Buddha bore the face of Apollo, gentle curls framing a serene countenance seated in meditation, still yet full of life. Greek sculptors met Indian philosophy, and from that meeting, a new artistic language was born, one that carried the perfect proportions of the West and the spiritual depth of the East. Along the Silk Road, caravans of merchants, monks, and soldiers would stop to gaze upon these statues, places where stone met spirit, where Athens and Pataliputra shared the same breath. From this union, Gandhara emerged, a cultural child of two worlds and one of the most extraordinary encounters in human history. The name Gandhara had already appeared in the ancient Vedic texts, but it truly flourished only after Alexander the Great's campaign at the end of the 4th century before Common Era. When Alexander crossed the Hindu Kush, he brought not only soldiers but also artists, philosophers, and architects from Greece. Though he departed, many Greeks and Macedonians remained, establishing the Greco-Bactrian and later the Indo-Greek kingdoms that ruled this region for centuries. Meanwhile, Indian culture, through Buddhism and Hinduism, continued to flow deeply through everyday life. Gandharan art became the fusion of these worlds. When Buddhism reached this region, its followers still did not portray the Buddha in human form. Instead, they used symbols, the wheel of Dharma, the Bodhi tree, or footprints. But here, in Gandhara, the human image of the Buddha first appeared in stone. And when Greek hands shaped Indian spirit, a miracle occurred. The Buddha emerged as an Apollo-like figure in calm meditation with delicate features, softly curling hair, and robes that draped naturally in the Hellenistic style. From that moment, this image became the standard across the Buddhist world. Every Gandharan sculpture tells a story of philosophy meeting beauty. The Buddha's gaze carries the stillness of India, yet his nose, lips, and facial structure reflect the symmetry of Greece, a symbol of harmony between two great traditions, Greek rationalism and Eastern Enlightenment. In the monasteries, caves, and stupas of Taxila, Hadda, and Bamiyan, archaeologists have found thousands of statues, friezes, and fragments, echoes of a golden age no empire has ever replicated. But Gandhara was more than art. It was a spiritual and intellectual crossroads where monks from India, Central Asia, and China came to study. From the 1st to the 4th centuries of the Common Era, Gandhara became a major hub along the Silk Road, a place where goods, ideas, and faith converged. The Buddhist manuscripts written in the Gandhari language and Kharosthi script are the oldest surviving Buddhist texts in the world. From this region, the teachings of Mahayana Buddhism spread across Asia, to China, Korea, and Japan, carrying with them the image of the Gandharan Buddha, leaving a lasting imprint on Asian art for more than 1,000 years. The openness of Gandhara reflected the spirit of its age, a world not yet divided by cultural borders. On the same trade routes, Persian merchants, Indian monks, and Greek artisans could share a cup of wine, exchange carving techniques, or debate philosophy. Gandhara was not merely a crossroads of commerce, it was a crossroads of thought, translation, and transformation. From this soil, Greek philosophy mingled with Buddhist thought, seeds that would later bloom in the philosophies of China, Tibet, and Southeast Asia. Yet, like every civilization that stands at the intersection of empires, Gandhara eventually became a victim of its own geography. As the Parthians, the Kushans, and later the Islamic caliphates rose to power, the region endured wave after wave of conquest. Under King Kanishka of the Kushan Empire in the 2nd century of the Common Era, Gandharan Buddhism reached its zenith. Kanishka convened the 4th Buddhist Council and erected the monumental Kanishka Stupa in Peshawar, one of the tallest structures in the ancient world. But by the 7th century, as Islam expanded westward, monasteries were abandoned, statues were destroyed, and Gandhara faded into silence. Yet what they left behind endures, a language of peace, carved into stone and into the human spirit. When Western archaeologists rediscovered Gandhara in the 19th century, they uncovered not only sculptures but also a metaphor for the modern world, that every civilization, no matter how different, can merge to create something new, something more beautiful, more profound, and more human. And while ancient India experienced this Greek encounter at Gandhara, farther east another civilization, twice as old, was thriving. It was not built of stone, but of writing, ritual, and a deep faith in heaven. Long before Alexander the Great ever set foot in Asia, nearly 2,000 years earlier, along the fertile valleys of the Yellow River, humanity was already shaping the earliest foundations of Eastern civilization. This was Huaxia Ti, the cradle of the Shang and Zhou dynasties, a world where ritual replaced the sword and cosmic order became the center of human life. If Sumer was the first voice and Egypt the first light, then ancient China under the Shang, and Zhou was the most enduring breath, a civilization that defined the mandate of heaven, oracle bone script, and the philosophy of governance and morality that would guide the East for millennia. The Shang dynasty, which lasted from roughly the 17th to the 11th century before Common Era, is regarded as the first historically verified dynasty in China. For centuries, it existed only as legend recorded in ancient texts, such as the Book of Documents and records of the Grand Historian, until the late 19th century, when strange inscribed bones were unearthed at Anyang, the last capital of Shang. These oracle bones, thousands of them carved with intricate symbols, turned out to be the earliest known form of Chinese writing, used to divine the will of heaven. The inscriptions revealed a complex, highly ritualized society. The Shang king was not merely a ruler, he was also the chief priest, mediating between humans and the gods, asking for rain and fortune. Every royal decision, harvest, war, or sacrifice was first asked through divination. It was here that the concept of Tianming, or the mandate of heaven, began to take shape. The belief that a ruler's authority came from heaven but could be revoked if he lost virtue. It was a revolutionary political idea. Divine power was conditional upon morality. Heaven not only granted authority, it also judged it. Materially, the Shang left a solid foundation for Chinese civilization. They mastered bronze casting with exquisite precision, creating bells, cauldrons, and ritual vessels adorned with dragons and phoenixes, symbols of cosmic power. Each bronze object was more than an artifact. It was a sacred instrument that embodied the harmony between order and sacrifice. In royal tombs, archaeologists discovered chariots, instruments, and even human sacrifices, traces of a world where humans and gods coexisted in the rhythm of ceremony. But even dynasties blessed by heaven must fall. Around the 11th century before Common Era, the Zhou, once a minor Western vassal state, rose in rebellion and overthrew the Shang. Yet their victory was more than military, it was ideological. The Zhou proclaimed that the Shang had lost the mandate of heaven and that heaven had transferred its favor to them. Thus was born one of China's most enduring doctrines. The ruler's right to govern comes from heaven, but heaven can withdraw it if he is unjust. This idea allowed China's dynasties to rise and fall over thousands of years without rejecting the divine order. Each new dynasty claimed to be the rightful heir of heaven. The Zhou also laid the groundwork for China's social and moral structure. They established the first feudal system, granting land to nobles based on kinship ties, and created a hierarchy governed by ritual and ethics rather than pure force. They built a civilization around Li, ritual propriety, Ren, benevolence, and Wei, righteousness, values that would later be refined by Confucius into the essence of Chinese thought. In the Zhou worldview, the cosmos was orderly, and every person, from emperor to farmer, had a proper place within it. Harmony between heaven and earth depended on each fulfilling that role with virtue and restraint. The Western Zhou period, 1046 to 771 before Common Era, was an era of stability with the capital at Haojing near modern Xi'an. But as royal authority weakened, regional lords grew powerful and the kingdom fragmented, marking the beginning of the Eastern Zhou, divided into two great ages, the Spring and Autumn period and the Warring States period. It was a time of chaos yet also of brilliance, an age when thought itself became a weapon and philosophy a form of governance. Out of this crucible of conflict arose the 100 schools of thought, Confucianism, Taoism, legalism, Mohism, and many more, the intellectual inheritance of China, born from centuries of striving to find order between heaven, earth, and humankind. For more than 5 centuries, from the Spring and Autumn period through the Warring States, China was torn apart by endless strife among rival kingdoms, each with its own laws, coins, script, and dream of dominion. Then, in the late 3rd century before Common Era, the fractured land was welded together by iron, by blood, and by will. The man who achieved it was Ying Zheng, the king of Qin, whom history remembers with both awe and fear. Qin Shi Huang, the first emperor of a unified China. The state of Qin had not always been mighty. Nestled in the valley of the Wei River, bordering the steppes and deserts, its people had to fight constantly against nomadic tribes like the Xiongnu. They survived through discipline, self-reliance, and relentless labor, qualities that forged a nation of realists and warriors. Under Duke Xiao and his reformer Shangyang, in the 4th century before Common Era, Qin underwent one of the most sweeping transformations in Chinese history. The old feudal aristocracy was abolished, replaced with a merit-based bureaucracy. Laws were codified and enforced with strict impartiality. Land was redistributed to farmers, and the military was standardized and professionalized. A new kind of state emerged, one built not on bloodlines but on law, order, and merit. By the time Ying Zheng ascended the throne, Qin possessed the most disciplined army, the most efficient government, and the most ambitious vision of all. In just over a decade, he crushed the 6 rival states, Han, Zhao, Wei, Chu, Yan, and Qi, ending 5 centuries of civil war. In 221 before Common Era, he declared himself Qin Shi Huangdi, the first emperor, claiming succession from the legendary 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors, and founding the first imperial dynasty in Chinese history. The unification of Qin was not merely territorial, it was cultural, administrative, and ideological. Qin Shi Huang standardized writing, creating the small seal script, Xiaozuan, a uniform written language across the empire. He unified weights, measures, currency, and even the axle width of carts to ensure smooth travel from Chang'an to Guangdong. He ordered the construction of vast imperial roads linking the distant provinces. For the first time, China became a single political and cultural entity, no longer a patchwork of warring states called all under heaven, but a unified nation, Zhongguo, the Middle Kingdom. Yet this unity was born from fear more than love. To maintain control, the emperor enforced absolute legalism, faji, punishing dissent with ruthless precision. His most infamous act was the burning of books and burying of scholars, a campaign to silence Confucian critics and eliminate any text that might undermine state authority. Later, historians called it a dark age for learning, yet it was this iron discipline that allowed Qin to achieve what no dynasty before it could: the impossible dream of total unity. At the same time, Qin Shi Huang undertook monumental projects that still astonish humanity. In the north, to repel the Xiongnu, he connected the fragmented walls of former kingdoms, creating the first version of the Great Wall, the largest military construction of the ancient world. It was not yet a single continuous wall as we see today, but rather a vast network of fortresses stretching for thousands of kilometers, a symbol of China's resolve to defend its borders and identity. In the east, he built his eternal resting place, the mausoleum of Qin Shi Huang, an underground empire guarded by over 8,000 life-size terracotta soldiers, each face distinct, each weapon once real. It was not merely a tomb, but a declaration that the emperor's dominion would continue beyond death itself. Yet absolute power always carries the seed of its own destruction. After Qin Shi Huang's death in 210 before Common Era, the empire quickly unraveled. The laws, roads, and walls remained, but the spirit of unity dissolved. Within 15 years of its founding, the Qin dynasty collapsed. Peasants rebelled, generals turned on one another, and China descended once more into chaos until two new leaders emerged, Liu Bang and Xiang Yu. From their struggle rose the Han dynasty, an heir to Qin's structure, but tempered by the gentler philosophy of Confucian humanism. The Qin dynasty was brief, but its shadow stretches across 2,000 years of Chinese history. Its doctrines of legalism, centralized bureaucracy, and the dream of unification became the blueprint of every dynasty that followed. Though condemned for its brutality, Qin Shi Huang remains the man who transformed the concept of all under heaven into that of a nation. After Qin's fall, China entered a new age of stability and expansion, the Han dynasty, an era where knowledge, commerce, and power reached unprecedented heights. From its capital at Chang'an, caravans traveled along the Silk Road across the Taklamakan Desert, carrying silk, jade, and ideas westward. For the first time, East and West truly connected, and the Han Empire became the enduring symbol of Chinese civilization, the model that every dynasty to come would strive to emulate as the pinnacle of order, learning, and might. Yet while the Han Empire blazed brightly in the north, far to the south, among the green mountains embracing the Red River Delta, another civilization was beginning to stir, taking its first rhythmic heartbeat beneath the monsoon sky. Before writing existed, before the Chinese ever named the southern lands Jiaoqi, a quiet civilization was already flourishing in the lower Red River Delta, a world of rice fields, rivers, mountains, and the sea. It was the Zhongson civilization, the earliest known culture of the Vietnamese people, where bronze drums were not just instruments, but the very heartbeat of a nation. Each strike of the drum echoed the pulse of the mountains and rivers, a call to heaven and earth, a voice from an age when humans still lived in harmony with nature, using rivers as roads, and the sky and land as their home. In the 1920s, the French archaeologist Louis Pajot discovered the first Yongson bronze drum in Tanhua, and with it, the forgotten prehistory of Southeast Asia began to awaken. Soon, similar artifacts were found across northern Vietnam, in Hue Tho, Son Tai, Nke An, and even beyond, in Yunnan, Guangxi, and northern Thailand. All bore the same exquisite craftsmanship, advanced bronze metallurgy, and distinctive motifs, the signature of a people who lived by rice and river, by ritual and rhythm. The Zhongson people inhabited a land of waters and mountains, the floods that fed them, the highlands that sheltered them. Their way of life combined agriculture and foraging, settled rice cultivation, and hunting, fishing, and metalworking. Archaeological sites reveal a society skilled in two-part mold casting, producing axes, spears, daggers, ornaments, and above all, the bronze drum, the purest expression of their technology, art, and belief. The Zhongson drum is the great symbol of this civilization. Each drum was a single cast masterpiece, adorned with intricate carvings. At its center, a many-pointed star, the sun, radiates outward, surrounded by rings of figures, dancers, warriors in feathered headdresses, stilt houses, war canoes, flocks of herons, and herds of deer racing across the fields. These were not mere decorations but a vision of their world, a cosmos where humanity, nature, and the divine were one. The images of Chim Lac, the legendary lac birds, are thought by many scholars to be the ancestral totem of the Vietnamese people, symbols of souls ascending to the heavens, of freedom and eternity. In festivals, harvests, and funerals, the sound of the bronze drum was a call to ancestors and gods alike. Evidence suggests the drums were sacred emblems of power, owned only by chieftains or kings. Great drums were buried with their leaders, affirming that their authority came not from conquest, but from harmony with the voice of the earth and sky. The Gyeongson culture also achieved a remarkable level of social organization. Settlements along rivers, terraced fields, and stratified burials reveal the rise of tribal confederations, alliances of villages led by local chiefs. Out of this social structure emerged the legend of the Hung kings and the kingdom of Vân Lang, not as pure myth, but as collective memory of the Gyeongson era. Behind the mythical language lies a historical truth. The ancient Vietnamese had already formed an early state, rooted in agriculture, nature worship, and reverence for the sun and rain. Gyeongson was also a crossroads of early Southeast Asian culture. Similar artifacts have been unearthed in Laos, Cambodia, and Thailand, showing active river and maritime trade. The canoes carved on the drums with their paddlers and warriors testify to an ancient seafaring tradition, perhaps the ancestors of the Lac Viet fleets that would later sail beyond the coasts. Some scholars even trace Gyeongson influences as far as Indonesia and southern China, proving its far-reaching impact across prehistoric Southeast Asia. Over time, this civilization merged into larger historical currents. When the Qin and Han empires expanded southward, the lands of the Lac Viet were annexed, and their native culture came under strong Chinese influence. Yet though dynasties rose and fell, the spirit of Gyeongson endured, in Vietnamese art, in sky worship and seasonal festivals, in the beating of ceremonial drums, in the dancing lions of lunar celebrations, and in the image of the lac bird that still graces Vietnam's national emblem. In every drumbeat of the new year, one can still hear the echo of that ancient world, the steady heart of a people who refused to be forgotten. The Gyeongson civilization proves that the Vietnamese were not born from the shadow of any empire, but from the river and the grain itself. Within the voice of the bronze drum lies not only the sound of the past, but the rhythm of a people who learned to stand tall, telling their story in metal and in memory with pride that endures beyond centuries. And from that heartland, between the Red River's plains and the northern mountains, the currents of Vietnamese culture flowed onward through rivers and seas. Some followed the Mekong southward, carrying with them the knowledge of rice, the worship of the sun, and the spirit of the water people. Along natural canals and endless wetlands, they built the first riverine communities, the seeds of maritime kingdoms that would soon rise across ancient Southeast Asia, where the ocean was no longer a border, but a bridge. Amid the vast delta where the Mekong River meets the sea, among mangrove forests and winding waterways, two ancient kingdoms once flourished, marking the dawn of recorded history in mainland Southeast Asia, Funan and Chenla. Long before Angkor, before the rise of the mighty Khmer, this region was already a vibrant center of international trade, where ships from India, Persia, and China dropped anchor, bringing with them goods, beliefs, and new ideas. Though few stone monuments remain, the traces buried in silt and memory tell us one truth. Civilization does not only grow on land, it also blooms where rivers meet the sea, where worlds come together. Around the 1st century of the Common Era, Funan, known in Chinese chronicles as Pu Nam, rose in the lower Mekong Delta, encompassing parts of modern-day Cambodia, southern Vietnam, and Thailand. The name Funan, recorded in ancient Chinese texts such as the Book of Liang, is thought to derive from the Old Khmer word Bnam, meaning mountain. Yet the essence of Funan was not of mountains, but of waterways, a kingdom rising between land and tide, built upon the most intricate river network in Southeast Asia. There were no deserts, no city walls, only canals that linked the plains to the sea, proof that the Funanese had mastered irrigation, navigation, and urban planning centuries before their time. Funan's ships carried goods to distant shores: pearls, spices, ivory, aromatic resins, and fine textiles, while welcoming merchants from India, Sri Lanka, China, and the Middle East. It became the first true maritime entrepot of Southeast Asia, an international port kingdom. Some scholars call Funan the Sumer of the tropics, for, like the Sumerians of Mesopotamia, they turned rivers into pathways of connection rather than barriers. Through their waterways, goods from the Indian Ocean crossed the Mekong, overland to the Gulf of Thailand, and onward to the South China Sea, forming a trade corridor that linked two great oceans long before the maritime Silk Road had a name. But Funan was more than commerce. Excavations at Ok Eo in southern Vietnam revealed Roman coins, Indian Vishnu statues, gold jewelry, and Chinese ceramics, fragments of a dazzling cultural exchange. It was through these ports that Hinduism and Buddhism first took root in Southeast Asia. Yet the Funanese did not merely absorb India's culture, they reshaped it. They blended Indian gods with local spirits, building small shrines by rivers and in forests. In Sanskrit, inscriptions carved on gold and stone, prayers for prosperity reveal a people who could trade and worship with equal devotion. A legend preserved in the Book of Liang tells how Funan was founded by an Indian adventurer named Kaundinya, who followed a divine vision across the sea, carrying a sacred bow. There he met Queen Soma, daughter of the Naga king, a symbol of the land's power and the water's protection. After defeating her in battle, he married her and founded Funan. Beneath the myth lies metaphor, the union of India and the indigenous world, of sea and soil, the symbolic birth of Southeast Asian civilization itself. Yet like all maritime powers, Funan's balance between wealth and control could not last. From the northern highlands rose a new power, Chenla, known in Chinese records as Chan Lap, a confederation of inland chiefdoms that gradually replaced Funan by the 6th century. Chenla had once been Funan's vassal, but its mastery of the uplands and growing military strength allowed it to expand, claiming the heartland of modern Cambodia. Chenla represented a shift from the maritime world of ports to the terrestrial empire of kings. Where Funan had looked to the sea, Chenla turned inland, grounding its authority in agriculture and territorial control. Its first centers arose in the Kulen Mountains and the Stung Sen Valley, and from these roots, centuries later, its descendants would build Angkor, the greatest capital of ancient Southeast Asia. In Sanskrit inscriptions, Chenla's rulers called themselves Chakravartin, universal monarchs, and engraved their prayers on stone. These inscriptions marked the emergence of centralized state power, a world moving from commerce to kingship. But even as Chenla looked inward, farther east along the coast of central Vietnam, another civilization was taking shape, one that would choose the opposite path, seeking its strength not on land, but across the waves. From the 2nd to the 15th century, for more than 1,000 years, the Cham people turned a narrow strip of land between mountains and sea into one of Southeast Asia's most distinctive centers of trade, religion, and art. They were sailors and merchants, bold navigators of the South China Sea, but also artists of stone, whose creations still stand like frozen waves of faith and memory. Their legacy is not written in books or chronicles, but carved in red brick and sandstone, in the towers that rise silently among the wind and dunes. The stone heartbeat of a people who once ruled the seas and redrew the cultural map of the region. According to Chinese records, the kingdom of Champa, known as Lam Ap, emerged around the 2nd century of the Common Era, when a local leader named Ku Lien led the Cham people in revolt against Han rule in Tra Keo, modern Quang Nam. From that rebellion grew an independent kingdom that eventually stretched along Vietnam's central coast, from Quang Binh in the north to Binh Thuan in the south, divided into semi-autonomous regions such as Indrapura, Amaravati, Vijaya, Kauthara, and Panduranga. Champa was never a single centralized empire. It was a confederation of maritime city-states, bound together by shared language, faith, and bloodline, yet each with its own rhythm and pride. Lying along the maritime corridor between the Indian Ocean and the South China Sea, Champa became a vital link between India and China. Ships from India, Arabia, Java, and Srivijaya anchored in its ports, trading spices, eaglewood, ivory, pearls, silk, and ceramics. From these harbors, goods flowed northward to Guangzhou and Fujian, and in return, Chinese silk, coins, and art flowed south. But the Cham were not mere middlemen. They absorbed and transformed. Deeply Indianized, they adopted Sanskrit, Hinduism, and Indian sculptural techniques, yet reshaped them into something uniquely their own. Fluid, luminous, infused with the warmth of the tropical sea. The Cham temples stand as timeless proof of that synthesis. In the lush valley of my sun, surrounded by mountains and mist, rose a sanctuary dedicated to Shiva, built in the 4th century, one of the oldest religious centers in Southeast Asia. The red brick towers, constructed without mortar yet still standing firm after more than a millennium, continue to baffle archaeologists. On their sandstone reliefs, Hindu deities, Shiva, Vishnu, Brahma, dance alongside Apsaras, lions, elephants, and the bird god Garuda, all carved with a blend of strength and tenderness, geometry and grace. My son, Tra-Kyu, Po Nagar, and later Po Klong Garai. Each site tells a chapter of the Cham story, sacred yet human. While my son honored Shiva, the god of creation and destruction, the temple of Po Nagar in Nha Trang was devoted to Yan Po Nagar, the mother goddess of the land, believed to have shaped earth and sea and taught her people to farm. Though of Indian origin, she became completely localized, transformed into the Cham's supreme mother, and later venerated by the Vietnamese as Thien Vai A Na, proving how deeply Cham spirituality would flow into Vietnamese culture. Throughout its history, Champa looked outward to the sea but could never avoid the forces of the land. To the north lay Jai Viet, to the west the Khmer Empire, both rivals and neighbors. Over the centuries, Champa expanded northward, even conquering parts of Nghệ An and Quang Binh. Yet it also suffered devastating invasions in return. The wars between Champa and Jai Viet formed a long, tense dialogue, a frontier where two great cultural spheres of Southeast Asia, the Indian and the Sinic, met, clashed, and intertwined. From the 10th to the 13th centuries, Champa reached its golden age. Under kings such as Harivarman IV and Jaya Indravarman VII, the capital Vijaya, modern Binh Dinh, became a radiant center of politics and art. Cham sculptures from this era, in Binh Dinh, Ninh Thuan, and Phu Yen, reveal remarkable refinement, faces alive with serenity, gestures filled with rhythm, and sandstone transformed into silk. But by the late 13th century, the tides began to shift. Maritime trade moved towards Srivijaya and Majapahit, while in the north, Jai Viet under the Tran and Lei dynasties grew powerful. In 1471, Emperor Lei Thang Tong launched a massive campaign sacking Vijaya. The kingdom of Champa collapsed. Some of its people fled south to Panduranga, Phan Rang, surviving a few more centuries until they were finally absorbed into Jai Viet in the 19th century. Politically, Champa vanished, but culturally, it never died. The Cham people still live today in the arid provinces of Ninh Thuan, Binh Thuan, and in southern Cambodia. They still celebrate the Kate festival, still worship Shiva and Po Nagar, still play the Ginang drums and dance the Apsara beneath the honeyed sun. Their towers still rise, leaning slightly under the weight of centuries, yet unbroken, reminders that this land once belonged to a people who knew how to carve beauty from stone, fire, and faith. And as the wind still hums through the Cham towers, carrying the scent of incense and ocean salt across the coast, the story of the region moves westward into the jungles and wetlands of present-day Cambodia. There another civilization was awakening, mightier, more organized, and ready to build the greatest city Southeast Asia would ever see. From the realm of the sea, the light of civilization was now turning inland, toward the rivers, where humanity would begin to master nature, not through trade, but through wisdom. Amid the dense forests and vast lakes of the Khmer heartland, where sunlight shimmers on the surface of Tonle Sap like a boundless mirror, once stood one of the greatest empires in the history of Asia, Angkor. Its capital was so magnificent that Chinese envoys described it as a city of 1,000 temples. For centuries, Angkor was not merely the heart of Southeast Asia, but a masterpiece of human ingenuity, where engineering, religion, and art merged into a grand symphony of stone and water. The Khmer story began in the 9th century, when the fragmented principalities of Chenla were united under King Jayavarman II. Declaring himself Devaraja, the god-king, earthly representative of Shiva, he performed his coronation ritual atop Mount Kulen, symbolically founding the Angkorian Empire. From that moment on, for more than 600 years, successive Khmer monarchs built temples, reservoirs and canals that transformed the floodplain surrounding Tonle Sap into one of humanity's greatest feats of hydraulic engineering, a vast, living machine of water management that surpassed anything the medieval world had ever seen. King Yasovarman I moved the capital to Angkor and built Yasodharapura, the first great city, ushering in an age of prosperity. Then came Suryavarman II, whose reign gave birth to Angkor Wat, the largest religious monument on earth dedicated to the god Vishnu. Encircled by moats and walls stretching nearly 6 kilometers, Angkor Wat was designed as a physical model of the Hindu universe. The central towers represented Mount Meru, the cosmic axis. The surrounding waters symbolized the oceans of creation, and the entire complex was aligned with astronomical precision, mirroring the movement of the sun across the heavens. Its sandstone reliefs, carved with stories from the Ramayana and Mahabharata, remain among the most intricate works of sacred art ever produced. Yet Angkor was far more than temples. It was the beating heart of a colossal metropolis that may have housed over 700,000 inhabitants. From above, it appeared as a web of waterways, canals, reservoirs, barae, and rice fields, a masterpiece of environmental engineering. The ancient Khmer created a hydraulic network capable of storing monsoon rains, distributing water during droughts, and sustaining agriculture year-round. This mastery over nature enabled them to feed millions and build monuments on a scale rivaling Egypt's pyramids, without famine, without ruin. By the 12th century, under King Jayavarman VII, Angkor reached its zenith of power and spirituality. Jayavarman VII, a devout Mahayana Buddhist, built Angkor Thom, Bayon, Ta Prohm, and Preah Khan, temples that astonish the world even today. If Angkor Wat was the realm of gods, then Bayon was the realm where gods and humans met. 216 serene stone faces, the compassionate gaze of Lokesvara, looking out in all 4 directions as if embracing the empire in mercy. Under his reign, the Khmer world became more than an empire. It became a statement of belief that faith, art, and technology could exist as one. But the same system that sustained Angkor's greatness also carried the seed of its downfall. By the late 13th and 14th centuries, shifting climate patterns brought erratic monsoons, prolonged droughts followed by catastrophic floods. The delicate hydraulic network that had nourished Angkor for centuries began to falter. Reservoirs dried up, canals clogged with silt, and when the rains returned, the infrastructure collapsed under the strain. A civilization that had once conquered nature was now undone by it. Meanwhile, new powers like Ayutthaya in Siam rose to dominance, seizing trade routes and eventually invading Angkor in 1431. The Khmer withdrew southward, carrying with them their sacred images and scriptures, leaving their stone temples behind to be swallowed by the jungle. The fall of Angkor was not just a political collapse, it was an ecological reckoning. The Khmer had mastered the water, but in trying to control it entirely, they pushed their environment beyond recovery. When the balance tipped, the very system that had sustained them became their undoing. The city's fall serves as a timeless warning. Even the most advanced civilizations can perish when they forget that nature is not merely a resource to command, but a force to coexist with. From the shadow of Angkor's forests, the light of Buddhism and trade continued its journey, drifting down rivers, across deltas, and out to sea. Beyond the mainland, across the glittering waters of the Java Sea, another world was rising, not of temples and canals, but of sails, incense, and meditation. On the islands of Sumatra, Java, and Borneo, a new maritime empire would emerge. Srivijaya, the beacon of Buddhism, commerce, and the maritime Silk Road, heralding the golden age of the oceanic Southeast Asia. Srivijaya emerged in the 7th century, centered in Palembang on the island of Sumatra. The name Srivijaya in Sanskrit means glorious victory, reflecting the belief that this kingdom was blessed by divine fortune. Positioned strategically between the Indian Ocean and the South China Sea, Srivijaya controlled the narrow straits of Malacca and Sunda, the crossroads through which every ship sailing from India to China had to pass. From that advantage, it built what is often considered the first true maritime empire in human history. Unlike the great continental empires, Srivijaya needed neither vast armies nor fortress walls. Its power rested on its ports, its mastery of trade routes, and the taxes collected from every vessel that passed its waters. The empire's massive wooden ships, known as jong, could carry hundreds of men and traverse the ocean from Ceylon to Guangzhou. Merchants from India, Arabia, China, and Java all converged in Palembang, which became a hub of culture, commerce, and knowledge. In the accounts of the Chinese monks Xuanzang and Yijing, 7th–8th centuries, Srivijaya was described as the greatest Buddhist center in Southeast Asia, a place where thousands of monks studied scripture, translated texts, and spread the Dharma across the seas of the south. Here, Mahayana and Vajrayana Buddhism blended with local island traditions, giving birth to a maritime form of the faith, gentle, adaptive, and infused with the rhythm of the tides. Temples, such as Muara Takus and Candi Muara Jambi, still stand amid the forests, silent, red brick witnesses to that luminous age. Srivijaya not only supported religion, but also scholarship. Chinese, Indian, and Tibetan monks came to learn Sanskrit and exchange teachings. Palembang was often compared to Nalanda, a university of the South Seas, where the wisdom of land and ocean met. By mastering the sea lanes, Srivijaya became immensely wealthy. But its wealth also made it a target. In the 11th century, the Chola Empire of southern India, another maritime superpower, launched a series of devastating raids against Srivijaya's ports, seizing trade centers and crippling its economy. As Srivijaya weakened, power shifted eastward to Java, where a new empire was rising, Majapahit. Majapahit was founded in 1293 after the fall of the Singhasari kingdom. Its founder, Raden Wijaya, a descendant of the former royal line, defeated the Mongol invaders sent by Kublai Khan and established a new capital at Trowulan in eastern Java. Under King Hayam Wuruk and his brilliant prime minister Gajah Mada, Majapahit reached the height of its influence, ruling over much of the Indonesian archipelago, the Malay Peninsula, and even parts of the southern Philippines. They called their domain Nusantara, the land between the islands, a term that endures to this day as the poetic name of modern Indonesia. If Srivijaya was the empire of Buddhism, Majapahit was the empire of harmony. Within its realm, Hinduism and Buddhism coexisted and merged into the Siwa Buddha philosophy, a belief that Shiva and the Buddha were two aspects of the same universal truth. This syncretism shaped their art and architecture. Temples such as Panataran, Candi Jawi, and Candi Jago all combine Hindu and Buddhist imagery in a single sacred space. The people of Majapahit saw the cosmos as a divine ocean and humanity as grains of salt dissolving into its eternal vastness. Majapahit's strength was not only spiritual but also administrative and economic. It developed a sophisticated bureaucracy, codified trade regulations, and governed ports with precision. From Java, it exported rice, sandalwood, spices, and gold, while maintaining diplomatic and commercial ties with Yuan and Ming China. Chinese merchants referred to Java as a maritime kingdom of order and prosperity. During this time, Old Javanese and the Kawi script spread across Southeast Asia, from Bali to Maluku, serving as the lingua franca of trade and governance across the seas. But like all empires, Majapahit was not eternal. After the 15th century, Islam spread rapidly across the archipelago through Arab and Malay traders. Western ports such as Malacca, Aceh, and Demak embraced the new faith, forming a new Islamic maritime order. Majapahit's influence waned as civil strife fractured the court, and by around 1527, the empire dissolved into history. Its palaces and temples were reclaimed by the jungle, yet its language, art, and the spirit of Nusantara endured, shaping the cultural identity of Indonesia to this day. Both Srivijaya and Majapahit left a legacy that transcends time, the belief that the sea does not divide nations. It connects them. Upon the waves, they built networks of faith, commerce, and knowledge, foundations that no conquest could erase. If Angkor was the symbol of the land, Srivijaya and Majapahit were the symbols of the ocean, realms where faith sailed alongside trade, where the monsoon winds carried both scriptures and spices, and where humanity began to realize that every river, every tide, ultimately leads to the same sea. For the sea is not merely the line that links east and west, it is the mirror of world history itself. And long before Majapahit's sails caught the winds of Malacca, far to the west another world had already risen, one that had also learned to master the winds, the markets, and the art of civilization. Before Athens built the Parthenon, before the philosophers of Greece wrote the first pages of Western thought, there were two civilizations. Older, more mysterious, yet no less brilliant, Minoa and Mycenae. One thrived amid the warm breezes of the Mediterranean on the island of Crete, with palaces like labyrinths and dances with bulls. The other rose on the rugged hills of the Peloponnesus, where bronze-helmed warriors carved their names into the epics of Homer. If Mycenae was forged in fire and iron, Minoa was woven in silk and light, two worlds of opposite temperaments that together gave birth to classical Greece, the foundation of European art and reason. Around 3,000 years before the Common Era, amid the gentle waves of the Aegean Sea, the Minoans of Crete began to build palaces and cities without walls. It was an astonishing thing, While Egypt and Mesopotamia surrounded themselves with fortifications, the Minoans opened their doors to the sea, placing their faith in trade and peace. Their capital, Knossos, was a labyrinth of hundreds of rooms, winding staircases, and painted corridors. Its walls covered in vivid frescoes, showing young acrobats vaulting over bulls, women in flounced skirts, and scenes of ritual and celebration. There were no depictions of war, no mighty kings on thrones, only the rhythm of music, ceremony, and life. Those images gave rise to the legend of the Minotaur, the half-man, half-bull, trapped within a labyrinth built by King Minos. The myth may well be a memory, passed down through centuries, of the grandeur and mystery of ancient Crete, an island that once ruled the Aegean not by conquest, but by commerce. The Minoans traded with Egypt, Canaan, and Anatolia, bringing back gold, ivory, tin, and ideas. They wrote in a script known as Linear A, a language still undeciphered today, as if their final message to history remains locked in silence. The Minoans worshipped the Great Mother, goddess of fertility, earth, and the eternal cycle of renewal. Small figurines found across Crete depict her standing tall, bare-chested, holding serpents in her hands, not a symbol of war, but of protection and rebirth. Their religion was gentle, filled with symbols of water and birds, a celebration of life itself. Crete was a civilization of light, color, and rhythm, and for centuries it was the commercial heart of the Mediterranean world. But around 1450, before the Common Era, everything changed. A massive earthquake, perhaps triggered by the eruption of the volcano, Thera, modern Santorini, devastated the island. Towering tsunamis leveled ports, while volcanic ash darkened the sky and withered the harvests. The great palace of Knossos was destroyed, rebuilt, and finally abandoned. In the aftermath, from the Greek mainland, another people began to rise, the Mycenaeans. Where the Minoans had been peaceful traders, the Mycenaeans were warriors. They built their cities as fortresses atop hills, guarded by walls of enormous stone blocks. The Lion Gate of Mycenae still stands, as imposing today as it was 3,500 years ago. The Mycenaean civilization emerged around 1600 before the Common Era, and soon became the dominant power of the Greek mainland. They adopted and adapted the Minoan script into Linear B, later deciphered to reveal the earliest known form of the Greek language. It was here that Greek history first began to be written in Greek words. If Crete was the realm of artisans and merchants, Mycenae was the world of kings and heroes. Their tombs were grand beehive-shaped chambers lined with gold, where nobles were laid to rest with masks of solid gold, like the famed mask of Agamemnon discovered by archaeologist Heinrich Schliemann. The citadels of Mycenae, Tiryns, and Pylos were the centers of a warrior aristocracy, the same lords and princes whose deeds would later echo through Homer's Iliad and Odyssey. The Mycenaeans inherited and transformed the legacy of Minoa. They learned seafaring and art from Crete, but added their own spirit of conquest and discipline. They became the bridge between East and West, carrying the Aegean world from myth into recorded history. Yet, like all empires of the Bronze Age, their glory was fragile. Around 1200 before the Common Era, the entire Mediterranean was shaken by chaos, invasions, climate shifts, and the mysterious arrival of the Sea Peoples. Mycenae's cities were burned, their palaces abandoned, their writing forgotten. Greece entered what would later be called the Dark Ages, a period of silence lasting nearly 4 centuries. But memory survived where monuments fell. In the darkness, the stories endured, of King Minos and the labyrinth, of Achilles and Agamemnon, of Troy and homecoming. When light returned in the 8th century before the Common Era, those tales were written down by Homer, and from his verses, the Greek world was reborn. From the ashes of Minoa and Mycenae, Greece rose again, the land of philosophy, art, and reason, where humanity first turned inward to ask the question, who are we? And while Greece searched for truth in its temples and academies far to the west, on the Italian peninsula, another people were quietly learning how to build, not through myth or poetry, but through order, law, and the discipline of power. Before Rome built its forum and declared itself the conqueror of the world, there was already a brilliant civilization in central Italy, the Etruscans. They taught Rome how to build arches and sewers, how to read the flight of birds, how to organize a state, and even how to wear a crown. Yet as Rome rose, it erased most traces of Etruria, as if afraid to remember that it had once been the student of another people. The Etruscans emerged around 900 years before the Common Era in the region now known as Tuscany. The name Tuscany itself descended from Etruria. They did not speak Latin, but an entirely different tongue, unrelated to the Indo-European family and still only partially deciphered. Their tomb inscriptions, bronze figurines, and pottery bear mysterious writings, fragments of a lost world both familiar and alien. Archaeologists still debate their origins. Some claim they came from Anatolia, modern Turkey, bringing advanced metalworking skills. Others believe they were descendants of the native Villanovan culture, enriched by the iron ore of the island of Elba. Whatever their beginnings, by the 8th century before the Common Era, Etruria had become the wealthiest region of the Italian peninsula. Cities like Veii, Tarquinia, Cerveteri, Volterra, and Chiusi were not mere villages. They were organized urban centers with walls, forums, drainage systems, and deliberate urban planning, centuries before Rome achieved the same. Their houses were made of sandstone with red-tiled roofs and decorated interiors painted in vivid colors. But what set the Etruscans apart most was their spiritual worldview. They believed the universe was a sacred order where gods and humans communicated through ritual, and that every act, from farming to warfare to ruling, required divine permission. Etruscan religion was an intricate system of prophecy and ceremony. Priests practiced divination by examining the livers of sacrificed animals or reading the signs of heaven through thunder, birds, and clouds. Rites that Rome would later adopt as haruspicina and auspicia. In Latin, the very word augur, the official who interpreted omens, came directly from Etruscan practice. Even the founding of cities, the digging of walls, and the timing of battles followed Etruscan ritual law. Later, Romans called this tradition mos maiorum, the custom of the ancestors, forgetting that these ancestors were in fact Etruscan. They were not only devout, but also deeply artistic. Etruscan tombs were entire houses for the dead, frescoed with scenes of banquets, dancing, and music. In the underground necropolises of Tarquinia, painted figures drink wine and play lyres, celebrating life rather than mourning death. To the Etruscans, death was not an end, but a continuation, a feast carried into eternity. Their sculpture and pottery pulsed with vitality, human faces expressive, bodies in motion, gestures warm and real. It was this humanity that would later make Greek and Roman art come alive. Yet the most profound Etruscan legacy was upon Rome itself. When Rome was still a muddy village along the Tiber, it lay within Etruscan influence. Its first kings, Tarquinius Priscus, Servius Tullius, and Tarquinius Superbus, were all Etruscans. They transformed Rome into a true city. They planned its streets, built the Cloaca Maxima, the first great sewer, created the Circus Maximus for games, and introduced the fasces, a bundle of rods bound around an axe, as the symbol of lawful authority, a motif that would later appear on the insignia of the Roman Republic and even modern European states. They brought to Rome the art of divination, the grandeur of ceremony, and the architecture of state, turning swamp into sanctuary. But that influence became too heavy to bear. Around 509 before the Common Era, after the overthrow of the last Etruscan king, Tarquinius Superbus, the Romans founded their republic, vowing never again to be ruled by a monarch. From that moment, Etruria was cast as a past to be forgotten. Its cities were absorbed, its language faded, and its art dissolved into the growing Latin world. By the time Rome became an empire, Etruria was little more than a name on the map, a shadow buried beneath the civilization it had once inspired. And while Rome expanded across southern Europe, another world was thriving beyond its northern forests, wilder, freer, and filled with the poetry of wind and earth. Long before Roman legions marched across the Rhine, before Europe even had words like empire or nation, a vast and vibrant civilization once stretched across its plains, oak forests and highlands, from the Atlantic to the Carpathian Mountains. It was bound not by kings or capitals, but by a shared language, art, and spirit, the Celts. They had no empire, no single ruler, yet their culture flowed like wind and river through the heart of ancient Europe. For centuries, the Celtic world was the pulse of the West, a realm of warriors, artisans, and druids living in harmony with nature until it was slowly erased beneath the iron march of Rome. The origins of the Celts reach back to around the 13th century before the Common Era, when Indo-European-speaking peoples began to spread from Central Europe. By the 8th to 6th centuries before the Common Era, the Celtic world took clear shape through two archaeological cultures, Hallstatt in modern Austria and Laten in Switzerland. From these heartlands, they expanded in all directions, across Ireland, Scotland, Gaul, modern France, the Iberian Peninsula, and even into Anatolia, where they founded the Kingdom of Galatia, to which St. Paul would later write his famous letters. At their height, Celtic civilization covered more of Europe than any other ancient culture. The Celtic world knew no borders, only tribes and alliances. They built no sprawling empires, but instead gathered in oppida, fortified hill towns that served as centers of trade and governance. Their society was divided into three classes: warriors, farmers and craftsmen, and druids, the priests, philosophers, healers, astronomers, and keepers of memory. The druids were the spiritual core of the Celtic identity. They wrote nothing down, passing all knowledge through memory and ritual. They taught that the universe moved in cycles, that life and death were merely transformations, a belief that was as philosophical as it was spiritual. Even Julius Caesar, who fought them, wrote that their doctrines were remarkable and profound. Celtic art was the art of motion and life. There were no rigid columns or straight lines, only spirals, interlacing curves, vines, and mythical beasts, all symbolizing a living universe in constant motion. On their swords, shields, and ornaments of bronze and gold, they engraved designs that seemed to breathe, as if believing that every object possessed a soul. The golden jewelry unearthed in Hallstatt and Newgrange displays a mastery equal to Egypt or Mesopotamia, of the same age yet entirely different in spirit, wild, flowing, alive with rhythm rather than geometry. To the Celts, nature itself was divine. They did not build stone temples, but held ceremonies in sacred oak groves, nemetons, where wind, water, and earth met. They worshipped the sun, rivers, war deities, and above all, the mother goddess, who embodied fertility and renewal. Their nature-centered faith blended seamlessly into early Christianity centuries later, leaving behind Ireland's holy wells, saintly women, and the famous ringed cross, a symbol of harmony between the old gods and the new faith. But the Celts were not mere dreamers. They were fierce warriors. Caesar described them charging into battle naked, shouting like thunder, wielding swords and shields not only as weapons, but as emblems of honor. They fought for tribe, for freedom, for glory. In the 4th century before the Common Era, Celtic forces even sacked Rome, forcing the city to ransom itself with gold, a humiliation that haunted Roman memory for generations. From the 2nd century before the Common Era onward, the tide turned. Rome grew stronger, and the Celts, whose power lay in scattered tribes and shifting alliances, could not withstand the disciplined machine of empire. One by one, Gaul, Iberia, and finally Britannia fell under Roman control. Heroes like Vercingetorix, the Gaulish chieftain who united tribes to resist Caesar at Alesia, became symbols of doomed defiance, captured, paraded through Rome, and executed in the triumph of their conqueror. Yet the Celts did not vanish. In remote corners, Ireland, Scotland, Wales, Brittany, Cornwall, and Galicia, their language and legends endured. The great epics Taimbo Quainge and the Mabinogion kept their heroes alive. Cuchulainn, Finn McCool, and the warrior queen Boudica, who stood between the realm of men and myth. Rome could conquer their lands, but not their spirit. That spirit, fierce and free, later shaped the Celtic Christian monasteries of Ireland, havens where monks preserved ancient knowledge through the dark centuries after Rome's fall. In a sense, it was the Celts who kept the memory of Europe alive. And as the sacred oak hills of the Celts faded beneath Roman footsteps, history drifted eastward to the rugged lands of the Balkans, where the peoples of Illyria, Thrace, and Dacia were kindling small but enduring fires of civilization between the great powers of Greece and Rome. More than 2,000 years ago, the Balkans were not a borderland, they were a crossroads of civilization. From the Adriatic Sea, the Illyrians sailed their wooden ships, trading with Greece and Etruria. Deeper inland, the Thracians and Dacians lived across vast highlands, hunting, herding, and mining copper, iron, and gold. They spoke different tongues, yet shared one common creed: freedom above all else, and the mountains as their fortress. The Illyrians were among the earliest inhabitants of the Western Balkans, stretching from modern Croatia and Bosnia to Albania. By the 8th century before the Common Era, they had formed tribal alliances, built hill forts, and became skilled sailors of the Adriatic. The Greeks called them Illyrioi, admired and feared in equal measure, for they were both traders and pirates. The port cities of Skodra, modern Shkodër, and Epidamnus, Durrës, were bustling centers of commerce, where goods from the Balkan mountains were exchanged for Greek wine, olive oil, and pottery. In the 3rd century before the Common Era, Queen Tuta of Illyria dared to challenge the rising Roman Republic. Her fleet raided Roman merchants across the Adriatic, forcing Rome to send a punitive expedition. Tuta was one of the few female rulers of the ancient world who stood against an empire. Though her forces fought fiercely, Illyria was eventually annexed by Rome in 168 before the Common Era. Yet the Illyrian spirit endured. Many of Rome's greatest emperors, including Diocletian and Constantine the Great, were born in Illyria, proof that the frontiers of empire could also be its cradle. East of Illyria, along the Maritsa River and the Rhodope Mountains, lived the Thracians, whom Herodotus described as the most numerous people after the Indians. They were warriors and artists, dwelling between plains and peaks, building stone tombs adorned with gold and turquoise. The Thracians worshipped Dionysus, god of wine and ecstasy, long before the Greeks adopted him. In their burial murals they dance, sing, play instruments, drink, and perform rituals, a culture steeped in music, color, and passion. The Thracians were masters of metalwork. The treasure of Panaguriste in modern Bulgaria 9 exquisitely crafted golden vessels decorated with gods, beasts, and flowers, reveals a level of artistry equal to the Greeks, yet more sensual, more liberated. Their kings, like Southis III, who built a grand palace at Southopolis, ruled with pride. And from among their people came Spartacus, the Thracian slave, who led a rebellion against Rome, forever remembered as a symbol of defiance and the unyielding will to be free. Farther north, beyond the Danube River, lay the land of the Dacians, mountain dwellers who built fortified stone citadels known as Davai. Their capital, Samizegetusa Regia, hidden deep in the Orasti mountains of modern Romania, featured paved roads, temples, and terraced walls, an Athens of the Carpathians. The Dacians worshipped Zalmoxis, the immortal god who taught that the soul never dies but ascends to the heavens. This belief made them fearless in battle, viewing death as merely a passage to another realm. In the 1st century before the Common Era, under King Burebista, Dacia united its tribes and rose as the strongest power in the Balkans. He reformed religion and politics, controlled the rich gold mines of Transylvania, and drew the covetous gaze of Rome. The Dacian Wars, 101 to 106 of the Common Era, were among the bloodiest campaigns in Roman history. Emperor Trajan himself led the invasion, building a massive bridge over the Danube and commanding hundreds of thousands of soldiers. Though Dacia eventually fell, the Romans paid dearly. The Trajan's column in Rome still tells the story, carved in spiraling stone, of battles in the mountains, the landscape of fortresses, and the proud Dacian warriors with long cloaks and thick beards, the last great foes Rome faced in Europe. After their conquest, the Balkans became a melting pot of cultures. Latin mingled with Thracian tongues, Greek religion blended with Eastern mysticism, and local blood flowed into the veins of the empire. Out of this fusion, new peoples emerged, the Romans of the East, the Albanians, the early Slavs, the first fragments of medieval Europe. The names Adria, Balkan, and Transylvania still whisper traces of those vanished nations, echoes of Illyria, Thrace, and Dacia, carried on the mountain winds and the waves of the Adriatic. Yet, as Rome's expansion pressed onward, crossing the Danube and the Alps, it would soon encounter a new kind of enemy. Not farmers, not city dwellers, but horsemen of the northern plains, men without walls, without kings, living only for the bow, the horse, and the endless cold wind. The world was about to meet the Scythians and the Sarmatians, the riders beyond the horizon. Across the boundless grasslands stretching from the Danube River to the Altai Mountains, where the sky bends low enough to touch the silver horizon, there once rode the first true horsemen of humankind. They lived, fought, and died with their horses. They were the Scythians and the Sarmatians, nomadic peoples who ruled the Eurasian steppe for more than 1,000 years. They left behind no cities, no written words, only great burial mounds, bronze arrowheads, and legends of absolute freedom. Their story begins around the 9th century before the Common Era, when the Scythians, emerging from Central Asia, migrated westward into the plains of the Dnieper and Dniester rivers and the shores of the Black Sea. The Greeks, who founded coastal colonies such as Olbia and Chersonesus, were the first to encounter them and were astonished. Herodotus, the father of history, described them as immortal riders, without walls, without ploughs, living on mares, milk and war. They were the moving shadows of the steppe, never staying long enough to be conquered, never relying on crops enough to starve. The Scythians lived in portable leather tents, rode horses from early childhood, and could shoot arrows accurately while galloping at full speed, a skill that later inspired the Huns, Turks and Mongols. Every man was a warrior, every woman a potential archer. Herodotus even wrote of Scythian warrior women, the Amazons of legend, who fought as equals beside their men. Archaeologists have uncovered kurgans, massive burial mounds, in Ukraine, Kazakhstan, and southern Russia, containing women buried with weapons, proving that myth had roots in truth. Their clothing, leather tunics, fitted trousers, tall boots, and pointed caps, was perfectly designed for life on horseback. They used compact composite bows made of sinew, horn, and wood, small enough to draw from the saddle, yet powerful enough to pierce armor at distance. They dipped their arrowheads in poison, often a mixture of snake venom and rotting flesh, making even a small wound fatal. With speed and stealth, they became ghosts of war, striking and vanishing before enemies could understand what had happened. But the Scythians were not only warriors, they were artists of gold. Across modern Ukraine and southern Russia, hundreds of Scythian treasures have been unearthed: golden crowns, necklaces, daggers, and figurines so intricate that Egypt and Persia themselves admired their craftsmanship. Their art followed the animal style. Tigers, stags, eagles, wolves, and horses, all twisting and flowing together in eternal motion. It reflected their cosmology, a world where humans were part of nature's endless cycle, not masters of it. They worshipped Tabiti, the goddess of fire, the heart of the camp, symbol of life and the sun. At night, when the wind swept across the plains, flames rose in the center of the camp as warriors told stories of ancestors and spirits riding the wind. To them, the sky was the roof, the earth was the mother, and freedom itself was sacred. When they died, they were buried in grand mounds with their horses, weapons, gold, and servants, ready to continue their roaming in the next world. By the 4th century before the Common Era, the Scythians had formed a powerful confederation between the Black Sea and the Caucasus. They traded with the Greeks, exchanging grain, furs, and slaves for wine, pottery, and jewelry. Yet as with all nomadic empires, their dominance faded when new migrations swept across the steppe. From the east came the Sarmatians, another Iranian-speaking people, who gradually replaced them. The Sarmatians emerged around the 3rd century before the Common Era, dwelling between the Volga and Ural rivers. Their customs were similar to those of the Scythians, but their social and military organization was more structured. They were divided into tribes, the Iazyges, Roxolani, and Alani, and expanded across Eastern Europe. When Rome reached the Danube frontier, it met the armored cavalry of the Sarmatians, the moving walls of steel. Unlike the swift Scythians, the Sarmatians excelled in heavy cavalry, both rider and horse covered in metal armor. These warriors were the cataphractarii, the distant ancestors of the medieval knight. Some Sarmatians even served in the Roman army. After being defeated, thousands of Sarmatian cavalrymen were sent to Britannia to guard Hadrian's Wall. Many historians believe that the legend of King Arthur may have sprung from their memory, the image of armored horsemen riding through mist, loyal and honorable, yet born from the eastern steppe. By the 2nd and 3rd centuries of the Common Era, the Sarmatians had entirely replaced the Scythians. They built small kingdoms between the Danube and the Don rivers, alternately trading and fighting with Rome. But their time too came to an end. The great waves of migration, the Goths, the Huns, and later the Turks, swept them away. When the Huns stormed across Europe in the 4th century, the last remnants of the Scythians and Sarmatians disappeared into the tides of new peoples. Only faint traces of their language and blood survive today among the Ossetians and Alans of the Caucasus. Yet their legacy endures, from horseback archery and composite bows to lamella armor, and the very image of the knight, the steppe, left its mark on civilization. They taught humanity to move with the wind, to fight with speed and shadows, to live without walls. While the Romans built roads, the Scythians left invisible paths, corridors of grass stretching for thousands of miles, the first silk roads of the ancient world. And now the story turns once more toward Rome, an empire that faced, conquered, and absorbed nearly every civilization around it. For nowhere else in Europe has history worn two faces so sharply opposed, one of brutality and one of brilliance, an empire of power and an idea that would outlast time itself. Rome's beginnings were anything but glorious. According to legend, it was founded in 753 before the Common Era by Romulus and Remus, twin brothers raised by a she-wolf. In truth, it began as a small alliance of Latin tribes, influenced by the Etruscans and trading with the Greeks. Yet within a few centuries, it became the most formidable political and military machine the ancient world had ever seen. After overthrowing their Etruscan kings in 509 before the Common Era, the Romans established the Republic, a system of senators, laws, and elected consuls. It was the first great foundation of the Western idea of rule by law. The Romans believed power came from order. They built a society in which military discipline, civic administration, and citizenship itself were tools of conquest. Over the next 4 centuries, Rome expanded relentlessly from Italy to Spain, from Carthage in North Africa to Greece, Egypt, and Britannia. Under Augustus, the empire encircled the Mediterranean, Mare Nostrum, our sea. Across this vast domain, they built straight roads, stone bridges, aqueducts, amphitheatres, arteries through which Latin language, Roman law, and imperial authority flowed like blood through a living giant. But Rome's greatness was not only forged in iron and marble, it inherited the brilliance of Greece and the engineering of Etruria, blending them into a world of humanism, law, and innovation. Roman architecture, sculpture, literature, and philosophy, from Cicero to Seneca, from Virgil to Ovid, formed the pillars of Western culture. Even in its cruelty, Rome contained within itself the seeds of citizenship, justice, and personal liberty. Ideas that would reawaken centuries later in the modern West. Yet all empires grow weary. By the 3rd century, Rome was fractured by civil wars, economic collapse, and waves of migrating tribes, Goths, Vandals, and Huns. In 285, Emperor Diocletian divided the empire into East and West to govern more effectively, and in 330, Constantine the Great moved the capital to Byzantium, renaming it Constantinople. When the Western Roman Empire fell in 476 of the Common Era, the ancient world seemed to close, but its light did not go out. It simply shifted eastward. This was Byzantium, the new Rome, the second Rome. Here, civilization did not die, it transformed. Latin gave way to Greek, polytheism to Christianity, but the Roman spirit of order and knowledge endured. While Western Europe sank into the fog of the early Middle Ages, Byzantium continued to build, to learn, to debate, and to preserve. Constantinople became known as the Queen of Cities. Gold, silk, spices from India, jewels from Persia, and slaves from the Slavic lands all flowed through its markets. The double walls of Theodosius were taller and stronger than any in Europe, repelling hundreds of sieges. At its heart stood Hagia Sophia, the Church of Holy Wisdom, its vast dome floating like a celestial sphere, its light streaming through 40 windows as if from the wings of angels. It was not just architecture, it was a declaration of human spirit against the darkness. Byzantine culture was a rare fusion of Greek reason, Roman law, and Christian faith. Scholars there preserved the works of Aristotle, Plato, and Galen, texts that the West had long forgotten. When Islam rose across the Middle East, Byzantium stood as Europe's last wall against the tide, and while Rome in the West crumbled into ruins, Constantinople continued to mint coins, educate citizens, and refine systems of governance that would later inspire medieval kingdoms and modern nations alike. Emperors, such as Justinian, dreamed not only of restoring the old empire but of perfecting it. His Corpus Juris Civilis, the Justinian Code, became the foundation of modern European law. His wife, Theodora, once an actress of humble birth, rose to become one of the most remarkable women of the ancient world, intelligent, fearless, and a champion for women's rights. In an age when women in the West were barred from education, those in Constantinople could rule empires, but no light burns forever. From the 11th century onward, Byzantium was besieged from all sides by Persians, Arabs, Turks, and even fellow Christians. In 1204, the Fourth Crusade, launched not by Muslims but by Catholic Europe, sacked Constantinople itself, a betrayal that scarred history. Though the empire recovered for a time, it never fully healed. Finally, in 1453, the city fell to the Ottoman Turks. Sultan Mehmed II shattered the walls with his giant cannons, ending a 1,000-year-old empire. As the city burned, Byzantine scholars fled west to Italy, carrying ancient Greek manuscripts that would ignite the Renaissance. Thus, from Rome to Byzantium, from the Tiber to the Bosphorus, the torch of Western civilization never truly went out. It merely passed from one hand to another, lighting the path for Europe to emerge again from 1,000 years of darkness. And while the West was being reborn, far across the ocean, beyond the forests and rivers of the Americas, another civilization had once flourished. Long before the Maya built their pyramids, or the Aztecs raised their temples to the gods of war, it was the Olmec, the mothers of Mesoamerica. They lived among the rainforests and wetlands of Veracruz and Tabasco in present-day Mexico, where the Coatzacoalcos River wound through mist and mud. As early as 1500 before the Common Era, when Egypt still stood strong and Greece was yet unborn, the Olmec were carving colossal basalt heads weighing tons, their stone faces gazing through time itself as if into the soul of humanity. No one knows what they called themselves. The name Olmec comes from the Aztec centuries later, Olmeca meaning the people of the rubber land, because their homeland was rich with natural rubber trees. Yet in those humid jungles of the Gulf Coast, they built the first true civilization of Mesoamerica, complete with architecture, religion, and symbols so sophisticated that every later culture, from the Zapotec to the Maya, would borrow and evolve from it. Their earliest center, San Lorenzo, around 1200 to 900 before the Common Era, rose upon massive man-made plateaus surrounded by canals, causeways, and ceremonial platforms. The Olmec had no natural stone nearby, yet they transported basalt boulders weighing up to 40 tons from mountains more than 60 kilometers away, using only ropes, rafts, and sheer human will. From those boulders they carved colossal heads 2 to 3 meters tall, each with a distinct, lifelike face, broad nose, full lips, high cheekbones, calm and commanding eyes. Some believe these were kings, others think they represented gods or revered ancestors, but all of them radiate timeless majesty, as if their gaze could pierce not just human souls, but the centuries themselves. When San Lorenzo declined, a new center rose, La Venta, 900 to 400 before the Common Era. There, the Olmec built an earthen pyramid over 30 meters high, the largest structure in the Americas at the time, along with ceremonial plazas, basalt altars, and mysterious stone figures. Many sculptures depicted half-human, half-jaguar beings, the were-jaguars, divine hybrids symbolizing shamanic transformation and royal power. For the Olmec, the jaguar was sacred, the embodiment of night, water, and the underworld, the raw power of nature that humans both feared and sought to merge with. From this belief, the cult of the jaguar and the ritual of blood offering would spread to later civilizations such as the Maya and the Aztec. The Olmec were also early mathematicians and astronomers. Their cities aligned precisely along north-south axes, so accurately that many scholars believe they tracked the movements of the Sun and Venus to guide their rituals. Artifacts suggest they developed a proto-writing system and an early hieroglyphic calendar, older than that of the Maya. The Cascajal block, discovered in Veracruz, bears 62 carved glyphs on a slab of serpentine stone. It may be the oldest known writing in all the Americas. Their economy thrived on agriculture and riverine trade. They cultivated maize, squash, and cacao, and hunted crocodiles, deer, and monkeys. But their true wealth came from a vast trading network, from Pacific seashells to green jadeite from Guatemala's mountains to obsidian from the Oaxaca highlands. The Olmec were not merely traders, they were transmitters of ideas, faith, and art, shaping the first cultural blueprint of Mesoamerica. Around 400 before the Common Era, La Venta was suddenly abandoned. No one knows why, perhaps volcanic eruptions, shifting rivers, or internal strife. The Olmec vanished, but their influence endured. Centuries later, the Zapotec, Mixtec, and Maya would rise, each carrying traces of Olmec heritage: the step pyramid, the blood ritual, the jaguar god, and the three-tiered cosmos of heaven, earth, and the underworld. The Maya would later call their distant forebears Olmeca Tamoanchan, our ancestors who came from Tamoanchan. In the memory of Mesoamerica, the Olmec never disappeared. They became the origin, what Egypt was to Africa, what Sumer was to the Near East, and from that seed, new civilizations would bloom, carrying the spirit of the Olmec into deeper realms of art, faith, and celestial knowledge. High in the limestone mountains and dry valleys of southern Mexico, where the clouds drift low over the peaks of Oaxaca, two cultures would carry that torch forward into the next chapter of Mesoamerican history, the Zapotec and the Mixtec. If the Olmec were the beginning, then Oaxaca was the heart of the Mesoamerican soul, the place where people first believed that time was a circle and life itself a sacred ritual without end. Around 500 before the Common Era, when the colossal Olmec heads had fallen silent in the jungles, the Zapotec rose in the dry valleys of Oaxaca. They did not settle in the fertile plains below, but climbed high into the mountains to the summit of Monte Alban, nearly 2,000 meters above sea level, to build their capital. On a mountaintop leveled by human hands, they raised a vast complex of temples, plazas, observatories, and terraced stone stairways. Seen from afar, Monte Alban appears as a great stone ship anchored in a sea of clouds, a testament to humanity's will to rise above the earth and stand closer to the gods. Here, the Zapotec created one of the earliest writing systems in the Americas. They carved it onto stone slabs known as danzantes, the dancers. At first glance, the figures appear to be people in graceful motion, but they are in fact sacrificed captives, their names, lineages, and fates inscribed for eternity, as if their stories were woven into the epic of the gods themselves. The glyphs, combined pictorial and syllabic forms, marking one of humanity's great leaps, from oral memory to recorded language. The Zapotec were also masters of the heavens. The observatory at Monte Alban, a tilted stone tower precisely aligned with the cycle of Venus, reveals their deep understanding of astronomy. They calculated a solar year of 365 days and a ritual year of 260 days, identical to the later Maya calendar. For them, time was divine, every celestial movement a message from the gods. Thus, Zapotec civilization became a union of mathematics, faith, and art. Their society was carefully structured: kings, priests, farmers, and artisans. The Zapotec rulers were known as men of lightning, intermediaries between heaven and earth. They governed not only with weapons but through ceremony. In murals, they stand upon the heads of captives holding skulls, not as symbols of cruelty but of cosmic balance. For the Zapotec, death was not an end but a transformation, from flesh to spirit, from mortal to divine. This worldview would one day evolve into Mexico's Dia de los Muertos, the Day of the Dead, a celebration of life, memory, and renewal. By the 9th century, Monte Alban declined, not from war, but likely from environmental changes and shifting trade routes. As the city emptied, a new people emerged to the west, the Mixtec. Unlike the Zapotec, they did not build a single capital, but established a network of small kingdoms linked by marriage, ritual, and diplomacy. If the Zapotec were architects, the Mixtec were artists and historians of the Mesoamerican world. The Mixtec called themselves New Zahui, the people of the rain god. They were master goldsmiths, jewelers, and painters of sacred manuscripts. In their codices, books painted on deerskin or bark, they chronicled lineages, myths, wars, and ceremonies in breathtaking visual detail. The Codex Nuttall, Codex Bodley, and Codex Vindobonensis, which survive today, are masterpieces of pictorial storytelling, so vivid that the Spanish conquistadors once described them as painted Bibles. One of their greatest rulers was 8-Deer Jaguar Claw, who reigned in the 11th century. He united Mixtec kingdoms, conquered rivals, and was later betrayed and sacrificed, a tragic, mythic end. Yet in the Mixtec worldview, his death was not defeat but transcendence, a return to the rain god Zahui, a symbol of the eternal cycle of birth, death, and rebirth. Beyond their art, the Mixtec were keepers of memory. They inherited the symbols of the Olmec and Zapotec, reshaping them into a new visual language, dense, poetic, filled with layers of meaning. Where the Maya used glyphs to mark dates and events, the Mixtec painted entire cosmologies, each king a star, each bloodline a river flowing across the heavens. By the time the Aztec rose in the central Mexican highlands, the Zapotec and Mixtec had become their allies, rivals, and trade partners. They exchanged textiles, gold, cacao, and artistic masterpieces. In the Aztec palaces, the most exquisite jewelry was often crafted by Mixtec hands, while in their rituals, the ancient stones of Monte Albal were invoked as sacred relics of ancestry. When the Spanish arrived in the 16th century, the stone cities had long fallen silent. Yet among the maize fields and arid valleys, the descendants of the Zapotec and Mixtec still lived, speaking their own languages, keeping their rituals, honoring the rain god and their ancestors. They had not vanished, they had transformed, from kingdoms into memory, from monuments into spirit. And as the sun sets over the purple mountains of Oaxaca, we know the story does not end here. For to the north, in the Valley of Mexico, another city awaits, a city of gods and mortals, a city so vast that even time seemed to pause before it. Teotihuacan, the place where humans become gods, one of the greatest wonders ever built in the New World. Around 200 years before the Common Era, while the Roman Republic was still struggling for dominance in the Mediterranean, an astonishing city was rising in the central highlands of Mexico. This was Teotihuacan, the first true metropolis of the New World. At its height, between the 4th and 6th centuries of the Common Era, it held more than 100,000 inhabitants, larger than Athens or even Rome at the same time. Spanning over 20 square kilometers, Teotihuacan was the beating heart of Mesoamerica, a center of faith, trade, and power that shaped a continent. Its most extraordinary feature was its design. The entire city was built according to a precise cosmic plan. Every structure aligned along a northeast-southwest axis, tilted exactly 15.5 degrees from true north, mirroring the setting of the Pleiades and the Sun on August 12th, the date marking the beginning of the sacred 260-day calendar shared across Mesoamerican cultures. In other words, Teotihuacan itself was a map of the universe. Along its great central spine ran the Avenue of the Dead, a 2-kilometer-long boulevard nearly 40 meters wide, stretching from the Pyramid of the Sun in the north to the Temple of Quetzalcoatl, the feathered serpent, in the south. Flanking this avenue were hundreds of temples, plazas, and residential compounds, home to artisans, merchants, and priests. Despite its ominous name, the Avenue of the Dead was not a cemetery but a ceremonial path where processions, offerings, and sacred performances unfolded. Those who walked its length were symbolically reenacting humanity's journey from life to death, from earth to the divine. Dominating the northern skyline stands the Pyramid of the Sun, an immense structure rising over 65 meters high, its base nearly 225 meters wide. Slightly smaller than the Great Pyramid of Giza, it was built entirely from volcanic stone and packed earth. Beneath it, archaeologists discovered an artificial cave shaped like a four-petaled flower, perhaps representing the womb of creation, the place where the world began. To the people of Teotihuacan, the pyramid was no mere monument. It was a sacred mountain, a living axis where the sun itself first emerged to light the world. To the south rises the Pyramid of the Moon, smaller but exquisitely placed. When viewed from the avenue, the moon appears to rise directly above its summit, framed by the mountain Cerro Gordo behind it, a perfect alignment of architecture and astronomy. At the city's core stood the Temple of Quetzalcoatl, adorned with hundreds of carved serpent heads and shell motifs, interwoven with fiery masks and swirling wind symbols, representations of water, breath, and creation. Beneath its foundations lay over 200 skeletons, victims of ritual sacrifice, warriors, likely captives, buried with weapons and ornaments to serve the gods beyond. But Teotihuacan was not just a city of temples, it was a marvel of engineering and governance. Its residential districts were organized with near-modern precision, complete with water channels, drainage systems, and communal courtyards. Its people were skilled craftsmen and traders, producing fine pottery, jewelry, and obsidian blades sharper than steel. Goods from Teotihuacan have been found across Mexico and Central America, from the valleys of Oaxaca to the distant cities of the Maya, proof that its influence reached thousands of kilometers. Yet perhaps the most mysterious aspect of Teotihuacan is the absence of self. There are no statues of kings, no inscriptions celebrating rulers, no known names of those in power. It was as if the entire civilization chose anonymity, as if individuality dissolved into the cosmos. Every structure, every painting, every ritual seemed to serve not personal glory, but the rhythm of the divine. The walls of their homes and temples were covered in murals depicting spirits, mythic beasts, and the rain god Tlaloc, celebrating the sacred connection between humans and the elements. The city itself functioned like a vast ceremonial machine, breathing in harmony with the heavens. Then suddenly, around the year 550 of the Common Era, the city fell silent. There was no foreign invasion, no army at its gates, only evidence of fire, destruction, and internal revolt. Temples were burned, idols shattered. Perhaps social tension, natural disaster, or the suffocating weight of its theocracy drove the people to rebellion. Whatever the cause, Teotihuacan was abandoned, its once luminous avenues reclaimed by silence, its stone stairways left to the wind and sun of the high plateau. 1,000 years later, when the Aztec discovered its ruins, they were awestruck. They believed it to be the place where the gods had sacrificed themselves to bring forth the sun and the moon. They called it Teotihuacan, the place where humans become gods. To them, it was the center of the world, the bridge between the mortal and the eternal. Even today, when the highland winds brush across those ancient stones, it feels as if the city still breathes, its geometry whispering the language of the cosmos. And as the journey of history moves southward through the jungles of the Yucatan, another civilization awaits, the Maya, heirs to Teotihuacan's cosmic legacy, who would transform time itself into a sacred tongue. The origins of the Maya reach back to around 2,000 years before the Common Era, in the lowlands of what is now Guatemala, Belize, Honduras, and southern Mexico. But it was during the Classic period, 250 to 900 of the Common Era, that their civilization truly blossomed, a golden age of stone cities such as Tikal, Palenque, Copan, Calakmul, and Chichen Itza. Each of these was a universe unto itself, ruled by kings and priests, filled with temples, plazas, and pyramids, not only to honor the gods, but to measure the heavens and the passage of time. Like Teotihuacan before them, the Maya built their world according to the rhythm of the cosmos. Every structure aligned with celestial cycles, the sun, the moon, and Venus. They erected observatories to watch eclipses and planetary movements, and from these observations developed the most complex calendar system in the ancient Americas. The Harb, 365 days, guided daily life. The Tzolk'in, 260 days, governed ritual. And the long count tracked the cosmic cycles of creation, spanning 5,125 years. This very calendar later sparked modern myths about the Maya apocalypse of 2012, a misunderstanding born from the end of one great cycle. For the Maya, there was never an apocalypse, only renewal, the dawn of another turn in the wheel of eternity. The Maya looked not only to the sky, but also deep into the earth, into the spirit, into memory, and into death itself. They believed the universe was divided into three realms: the heavens of the gods, the surface world of humans, and the underworld of Xibalba, through which every soul passed to be reborn. Their temples are covered with images of serpents, jaguars, quetzalbirds, and the sacred saber tree, the tree of life, its roots in the underworld, its trunk in the mortal realm, and its branches touching the stars. For the Maya, religion was not about fear, but about reverence, a recognition of the eternal rhythm of life and death, of transformation rather than ending. Maya art was a marriage of science and poetry. Every stone, every carving told a story, a king enthroned, a queen offering her blood to speak with the gods, a warrior rising to the heavens beside the jaguar spirit. Their hieroglyphic script, with over 800 signs, was one of the few fully developed writing systems in the ancient Americas. They inscribed it on stele, codices made from bark paper and painted ceramics. Thanks to it, we can still read their histories, their kings' names, their festivals, and even their prayers. One of the most remarkable surviving texts, the Popol Vuh of the Quiché Maya, recounts a creation story in which the gods shaped the world from mud and corn, and humankind came to life only when they learned to speak the names of the gods. The Maya were not only priests and philosophers, they were engineers and farmers of genius. In the humid tropics, they built vast systems of canals, reservoirs, and terraced fields to feed hundreds of thousands of people. They made paper from bark, pigments from minerals, and instruments for music and ceremony. Their cities were carved directly from the land, their architecture blending so seamlessly with the forest that it seems to have grown from the earth itself. Then in the 9th century, something extraordinary happened. Everything stopped. The great Maya cities were abandoned. There was no invasion, no plague, no volcano, only silence. Plazas that once echoed with drums and incense fell still. Temples stood half-built, carvings left unfinished, as if the people had walked away overnight. The causes remain a mystery, though many scholars point to a prolonged drought, intercity warfare, or ecological exhaustion. In a world governed by ritual and harvest, years without rain could unravel both faith and order. Yet the Maya did not vanish. In the highlands of Chiapas, Yucatan, and Guatemala, small kingdoms endured for centuries. When the Spanish arrived in the 16th century, they still encountered living Maya cities, Mayapan, Tayasal, and people who spoke Maya languages, still offering sacrifices and telling the ancient stories of their gods. And when the shadows of the Yucatan forests close around those silent temples, the story of the New World does not end. Far to the north, across the central Mexican highlands, new powers were stirring. The Toltec, and later the Aztec, warrior empires who would carry the last flame of Mesoamerican civilization just before the tides of Europe came crashing to its shores. From wandering migrants, warriors and priests, two civilizations, the Toltec and the Aztec, rose to inherit and transform the legacy of ancient Mesoamerica. In their hands, religion, warfare, and art fused into one, producing magnificent temples, timeless myths, and some of the most haunting rituals in human history. Around the year 900 of the Common Era, centuries after the fall of Teotihuacan, the highlands of central Mexico lay scattered with warring city-states. Out of this chaos emerged the Toltec, a Nahuatl-speaking people who had migrated south from the deserts of the north. They founded their capital at Tula, known in legend as Tollan, the place of reeds, a city guarded by towering stone warriors who watched over the temple of Quetzalcoatl, the feathered serpent. Tula was smaller than Teotihuacan, but imbued with the spirit of discipline and soldierly order. The Toltec saw themselves as keepers of cosmic balance, believing it was their sacred duty to sustain the harmony between light and darkness through blood and ceremony. Among their kings, one name stands apart, Tse-Acatl Topiltzin Quetzalcoatl, the wise ruler who rejected human sacrifice and sought to offer only flowers and jade to the gods. He taught his people to plant maize, to craft gold, and to seek wisdom rather than war. But the priests of Tezcatlipoca, the god of darkness and sorcery, conspired against him, forcing him into exile. Before vanishing toward the eastern sea, Quetzalcoatl swore he would one day return from the sunrise to bring light back to the world. That prophecy of the exiled god who would come again would haunt all of Mesoamerica for the next 5 centuries, until pale-faced men arrived in ships with white sails, and the Aztec mistook them for the fulfillment of that ancient promise. Under the Toltec, art and religion reached sublime heights. The reliefs of Tula depict warriors clad in feathers, serpents coiling around pyramids, and suns blazing with divine energy. Their influence spread across central Mexico, reaching deep into the Yucatan, where the Maya city of Chichen Itza bears their unmistakable mark, the temple of Kukulkan, stairways lined with serpent heads, and the sacred cenote where victims were cast as offerings to the gods. But by the 12th century, Tula had fallen, undone by drought, rebellion, and civil strife. The empire collapsed, yet its spirit endured. The legend of Quetzalcoatl and the warrior ethos lived on in memory. 2 centuries later, in the 14th century, a poor nomadic tribe descended from the north, the Mexica, later known as the Aztec. Scorned and driven from place to place, they survived by eating snakes and roots, worshipping Huitzilopochtli, the god of the sun and war. According to legend, their god gave them a prophecy. They would find their promised land where an eagle perched upon a cactus, devouring a serpent beneath the sunlight. After years of wandering, they saw the vision on a small island in Lake Texcoco. There they built Tenochtitlan, the Venice of the New World and the heart of a future empire. In less than 2 centuries, the Aztec created a dominion that stretched across nearly all of central Mexico. Their society was rigorously ordered. At the top stood the emperor, the Huey Tlatoani, followed by nobles, warriors, farmers, artisans, and slaves. They believed the sun needed human blood to rise each day. Without sacrifice, the world would fall into darkness. Thus, warfare was not only for conquest, but for capturing prisoners to feed the cosmic balance. At the center of Tenochtitlan stood the Templo Maya, a towering twin pyramid dedicated to Huitzilopochtli, the sun and war, and to Tlaloc, the rain. Each year, thousands of captives were sacrificed here, their hearts torn out while still beating, lifted toward the sky, their bodies tumbling down the temple steps as drums thundered across the city. To us, it seems terrifying. To them, it was sacred necessity. Life endured through death. The world was kept alive through offering. Tenochtitlan itself was a marvel of engineering and beauty. Built on water, it gleamed with canals, wooden bridges, floating gardens, chinampas, aqueducts and wide causeways linking it to the mainland. When the Spanish arrived in 1519, they were stunned. A city of stone and light rising from the lake, greater than any in Europe at the time. Over 200,000 people lived there, the largest city in the Americas before Columbus. But destiny, as in every Mesoamerican cycle, ended in fire and blood. When Hernán Cortés landed with 600 Spaniards, Emperor Moctezuma II believed he was witnessing the return of Quetzalcoatl, the bearded god from the east. He welcomed the invaders, and in the confusion of faith, politics and steel, the empire fell. Within 2 years, Tenochtitlan was ashes. Its temples were torn down, its idols destroyed, and its people slaughtered, not for the sun, but for gold, disease, and empire. In 1521, the last great civilization of the indigenous Americas was gone. Yet their legacy did not die. In the Nahuatl language still spoken in Mexico, in its art, myths, and festivals, the breath of the Toltec and Aztec endures. Every year on the Dia de los Muertos, the Day of the Dead, Mexicans light candles, place marigolds, and set food upon altars for their ancestors, a celebration born from the ancient belief that life and death are one, that remembrance is a form of resurrection. If Teotihuacan was the place where mortals became gods, then the Toltec and Aztec were humanity's final effort to keep the gods among men. They lived, loved, and fought, believing that the universe itself required blood to turn, that the sun rose only through sacrifice, and that death was the sacred exchange that sustained existence. In that faith, the world of Mesoamerica completed its circle, from the Olmec to the Maya, from the Toltec to the Aztec, a chain of civilizations bound together by blood, stone, and stars. But far to the south, beyond the Andes and across the burning deserts of Peru, another story was already beginning, quieter, older, and untouched by war. Long before the pyramids of Egypt rose from the sands, long before Sumer etched its first words into clay, another civilization had quietly taken shape on the barren northern coast of Peru, where the desert meets the sea and the wind coils dust around narrow river valleys. There was no war, no empire, no weapons, only music, ritual, and pyramids of earth. This was Norte Chico, also known as Caral Soup, the oldest known civilization of the Americas. It emerged around 3000 before the Common Era, contemporary with Egypt and Sumer, yet it remained hidden from the world's memory for millennia. Caral was unlike any other cradle of civilization. It was not born in lush river deltas or fertile plains, but in a harsh landscape where rain rarely fell and rivers flowed only a few months each year. Yet amid this austerity, the people of Caral turned wind, sand, and water into harmony. They built stepped pyramids of stone and packed earth, some rising over 20 meters high and spanning 150 meters across, not as tombs for kings but as temples for ceremony. Around them stretched circular plazas, stairways, and reed houses, all arranged with remarkable precision according to wind direction, the movement of the sun, and the contours of the land. Every line of the city spoke of order, intention, and an astonishing level of architectural and social sophistication. Located in the Soup Valley about 200 kilometers north of modern Lima, Caral was the heart of a network of more than 20 settlements along Peru's coast, what archaeologists now call the first urban system of the Americas. Each site featured pyramids, ritual plazas, and residential zones linked by dirt roads and rivers. and remarkably there were no walls, no weapons, no signs of war, no arrowheads, no battle scenes, no evidence of violence, only the quiet rhythm of communal life. What fueled such peace and prosperity? The answer lies in their harmony with nature. The Corral people did not rely on wheat or maize as in the Old World, but on cotton, anchovies, and the bounty of the Pacific. They cultivated along the river valleys using simple but efficient irrigation systems, growing cotton for nets and textiles, and trading with coastal communities who fished the nutrient-rich waters. The sea provided protein, the land provided fiber, and trade between highland and coast created an elegant economy of balance. Among the ruins, archaeologists have found musical instruments, flutes carved from bird bones, drums, and conch shell trumpets. Music, it seems, was their form of prayer. In the layers of Corral's pyramids, dozens of flutes were discovered laid side by side, as if an ancient orchestra once played in the desert dusk while the wind joined in as the natural harmony of the world. The people of Corral seemed to believe that power did not come from conquest but from unity and resonance with each other and with the earth itself. They may also have been the first in the Americas to invent a system of record keeping, the prototype of the quipu, the knotted strings later perfected by the Inca to store numbers and information. Though still debated, the discovery of early quipu-like chords at Corral suggests that the Andean world developed its own method of communication, one not dependent on written language. In that sense, Corral stands as one of history's rare miracles, a literate civilization without writing, a powerful society without war. Beyond Corral, the entire Norte Chico region, from the Huaura and Pativilca valleys to Supa, flourished under the same model. Across this landscape rose dozens of ritual centers coordinating agriculture and trade in harmony with seasonal cycles. Archaeologists believe a priestly administrative class guided society not through force, but through ceremony and faith. To the people, every pyramid, every plaza was a reflection of the cosmos, a bridge uniting sky, earth, and sea in a single breath of existence. By around 1800 before the Common Era, Corral declined. Perhaps climate change, earthquakes, or shifting rivers made the region uninhabitable. The cities were abandoned, the desert crept in, and the wind reclaimed the plazas. Yet what they left behind, their organization, their architecture, and their philosophy of balance, became the seed from which later Peruvian civilizations would grow, the Chavin, Nazca, Moche, Wari, and finally the Inca. And from that seed along the same Peruvian coast, new cultures would soon arise. The Chavin, the Nazca, the Moche, they would add color, sculpture, and ceremony, transforming this land into a vast open gallery of gods and humankind. Around 1200 before the Common Era, high in the northern Andes of Peru, a strange and sacred place began to take shape, Chavin de Huantar, a stone temple complex nestled where two rivers meet, forever shrouded in mist and the sound of flowing water. The Chavin left no armies, no kings, no written records, only their temples, a labyrinth of twisting corridors, spiral stairways, and walls adorned with hybrid faces, half human, half beast. At its center stood the Lanzon, a 3-meter-high monolith carved with the image of a fanged deity, part human, part jaguar, part eagle, part serpent. The Chavin civilization spread across the Andes not through conquest, but through faith. They created the first shared symbolic language of South America, an art of transformation where sacred animals carried meaning across regions and tribes. The jaguar symbolized the earth's strength, the eagle the heavens, the serpent the flowing underworld waters. In Chavin art, everything seems to be in metamorphosis, humans becoming animals, animals becoming gods, as if the entire world were a single, breathing cycle of change. Inside the temple, archaeologists found bone flutes, stone drums, and walls etched with wild, ecstatic faces. Many scholars believe Chavin priests used sound, light, and hallucinogenic plants to guide worshippers into trance, allowing them to see the gods. In this way, Chavin was not merely a religion, it was the first spiritual center of the Andes, where art served as a bridge between the human and the divine. Around 200 before the Common Era, Chavin faded. But their spirit, the unity of art, faith, and transformation, lived on in the civilizations that followed to the south, where the deserts of Nazca and the valleys of Moche began to speak in their own tongues of devotion. The Nazca civilization, 100 before the Common Era, 800 of the Common Era, rose in one of the driest places on Earth. Rain rarely fell, the desert stretched endless and silent. Yet instead of retreating from this barrenness, the Nazca turned the desert itself into a prayer. Across the flat plains they drew enormous designs, the Nazca lines, some hundreds of meters long, forming hummingbirds, monkeys, whales, flowers, and perfectly straight geometric patterns. These figures can only be seen from above, leaving generations of scholars to wonder why and how were they made. No one knows for certain, but one truth is clear: they were not mere decoration. The lines were offerings to the gods, rituals inscribed upon the earth. In a world without rain, water was divinity itself. Archaeologists have found that many lines lead toward wells and ceremonial pits, suggesting that these immense drawings were pathways for rain-making rituals, prayers for fertility and life. To walk along them was to move within a hymn written for the sky. The Nazca were also master potters, adorning their ceramics with brilliant colors, reds, yellows, blacks, and whites, depicting humans, animals, and deities in vivid scenes of worship. Among their most striking images are the flying shamans, figures with wings ascending between worlds, symbols of transcendence from the mortal to the divine. It is no coincidence that they chose the desert as their temple. In a land of silence and death, they sought the sacred pulse of existence. While the Nazca painted the earth, farther north, the Moche, 100 to 800 of the Common Era, painted life itself, on clay, metal, and blood. Flourishing along the fertile river valleys of coastal Peru, the Moche engineered complex irrigation networks that turned the desert green. They built two great adobe pyramids, the Huaca del Sol and the Huaca de la Luna, rising nearly 50 meters high, serving as political and ceremonial centers. Unlike the mystical Chavin or the symbolic Nazca, the Moche revealed the most vivid portrait of ancient life. On their pottery we see battle, ritual, love, birth, and death. They were master artists, capturing emotion and realism with astonishing detail. Their portrait vessels, molded into the exact likenesses of real people, remain some of the most lifelike creations in pre-Columbian art. Yet their faith was as fierce as their artistry. Their chief deity, Apec, the decapitator god, was depicted with fangs and claws, holding a knife in one hand and a severed head in the other, representing both destruction and rebirth. The Moche performed human sacrifices, offering the blood of captured warriors to the gods. In their temples, archaeologists have found the remains of victims, their blood collected in golden chalices. But even amidst this violence, there was refinement, a paradox of brutality and beauty intertwined. To the Moche, death and creation were not opposites, but sacred counterparts, the universe fed by both. They were also extraordinary engineers. Their canals and aqueducts carried water from the Andes into the desert, transforming sand into farmland. When the rivers flowed, the Moche believed the gods were smiling. But then nature turned. Droughts, floods, and repeated El Niño events devastated their fields. In desperation, the sacrifices grew more frequent, as if blood could mend the bond between humanity and the divine. By around 800 of the Common Era, their civilization collapsed. The Chavin, Nazca, and Moche were not simply separate cultures, they were chapters of the same story, humanity's search for the sacred amid mountains and desert. From the misty temples of stone to the vast desert drawings, from pyramids drenched in sunlight and blood, all expressed the same truth: that life itself depends on the mercy of nature, and that humans must offer something in return. Yet these were only preludes. As the coastal cities faded into sand and the sacred valleys of the Andes darkened into silence, new civilizations would soon rise, higher, larger, and more intricate, climbing ever closer to the summit of the world and to the age of the Inca. Long before the Inca Empire rose across the Andes, stretching over half the continent of South America, three great civilizations had already laid its foundations: Tiwanaku, Wari, and Chimu. Each was a vital stone in the vast pyramid of Andean history. Tiwanaku, the spiritual soul and sacred symbol; Wari, the mind of order and governance; and Chimu, the artisan's hand and the power of the sea. From these three streams of wisdom, the Inca would learn how to unite faith, authority, and art into one harmonious system. At an altitude of more than 3,800 meters beside the sapphire waters of Lake Titicaca, where the air is thin and the sky seems close enough to touch, there once stood a monumental stone city, Tiwanaku, the spiritual heart of the Andes. Born around 400 before the Common Era and flourishing from the 5th to the 11th century, Tiwanaku was not merely a temple complex, but the capital of an empire spanning the vast Altiplano, today shared by Bolivia, Peru, and Chile. The Tiwanaku left no written words, yet their stones speak volumes. Gigantic blocks weighing dozens of tons were fitted together so perfectly that not even a blade of grass could slide between them. At the center stood the Kalasasaya Temple, a vast plaza 130 meters wide, filled with stone giants, human figures with deep-set eyes holding ceremonial cups. The most iconic of all is the Gateway of the Sun, a single carved monolith depicting the god Viracocha, staff in hand, surrounded by solar symbols and condors in flight. From this image flowed the mythology that would shape the Inca world: Viracocha, the creator god, who rose from Lake Titicaca to bring forth humanity and time itself. Tiwanaku did not conquer with weapons. Its power came from faith and trade. Corn, coca, dried fish, and llama wool traveled thousands of kilometers, linking mountain, desert, and sea. Their agricultural genius lay in the Waru-Waru system, raised fields surrounded by canals of water that stabilized temperature and moisture, allowing crops to thrive despite the brutal climate. Centuries later, the Inca would adopt and perfect this very technique, but by the 11th century, the climate shifted. Lake Titicaca receded, and Tiwanaku fell. Out of its ashes, in the northern highlands of Peru, another empire rose, one of planners and administrators, the Wari. The city of Wari, near modern Ayacucho, was one of the earliest urban centers of the Andes, perhaps the Rome of ancient South America. Between 600 and 1000 of the Common Era, the Wari built a vast network of roads, warehouses, and administrative hubs stretching over 1,000 kilometers, linking desert valleys and mountain plateaus. This would later evolve into the famous Inca highway system, the Chapacñan, 40,000 kilometers of roads weaving across the spine of the Andes. If Tiwanaku embodied faith, Wari represented structure and governance. They divided land, collected taxes, stored grain in kolkas, granaries, and managed populations through a network of roadside way stations called tambos. Every urban center followed a geometric plan: rectangular blocks, fortified walls, and distinct zones for religion, administration, and residence. This model of city planning would later be perfected by the Inca in Cusco. The Wari faith remained deeply Andean, venerating Viracocha and the sun god Inti, yet they embedded religion into statecraft. Priests and bureaucrats became one, the gods conferred authority upon rulers, and rulers governed as earthly representatives of the divine. This union of faith and politics would become the backbone of the Inca's theocratic empire, where the emperor, the Sapa Inca, was revered as the son of the sun. By the turn of the 11th century, the Wari Empire declined, leaving behind not ruins of chaos, but blueprints of order, concepts of management, infrastructure, and urban design. The Inca would inherit these, not reinvent them, and carry them to perfection. If Tiwanaku was the spirit and Wari the mind, then Chimu was the hand, the craftsman of the coast, the master of the sea. From about 900 to 1470 of the Common Era, the Chimu ruled the northern shores of Peru, building the mightiest maritime empire in pre-Inca South America. Their capital, Chanchan, near modern Trujillo, was the largest adobe city in the world, over 20 square kilometers of palaces, plazas, and ceremonial halls rising out of the sand. From afar, Chanchan appeared like a desert labyrinth, but within its earthen walls were intricate carvings of fish, seabirds, and flowing waves. To the Chimu, the ocean was not merely a resource, it was a deity, the giver and taker of life. Their economy blended sea and soil, fishing, salt production, cotton farming, and long-distance trade reaching as far north as Ecuador. Their reed boats, light and swift, carried goods and gods alike across the Pacific currents. The artistry of the Chimu reached extraordinary heights. They worked gold, silver, and copper alloys with astonishing precision. Golden masks, fish-shaped pendants, and silver goblets found in royal tombs reveal a vision of death not as an end but as a voyage, souls sailing into an eternal sea. When sunlight struck their treasures, the shimmering gold mirrored the ocean's waves, a reflection of immortality itself. Yet, like all in the Andean cycle of rise and fall, the Chimu met their fate at the hands of the Inca. Around 1470, as Pachacuti and his son Tupac Inca Yupanqui expanded their empire from Cusco, Inca armies descended upon the coast. Chanchan fell, its craftsmen and treasures carried to Cusco to adorn the Temple of the Sun, Coricancha, the most resplendent shrine of the Inca world. Thus, Tiwanaku, Wari, and Chimu were not forgotten. They became one within the Inca. From Tiwanaku came their gods and sacred imagery. From Wari, their roads, order, and administration, and from Chimu, their artistry, craftsmanship, and the spirit of the ocean. Now the stage was set for the final summit, the Inca Empire itself, where nature, gods, and humanity would unite in fragile harmony to build one of the greatest civilizations the world had ever seen. One destined to blaze brightly for a moment before being swept away by the tide from across the sea. At opposite ends of the Americas during roughly the same centuries, two very different civilizations reached the height of human organization and spiritual imagination, one amid the soaring peaks of the Andes, the other in the fertile basin of the Mississippi River. One built cities of stone that touched the sky, the other shaped sacred hills of earth that seemed to breathe with the land. They never knew of each other's existence, yet both the Inca of South America and the builders of Cahokia in North America shared a primal belief that the earth itself has a soul and humankind's destiny is to unite the ground with the heavens. High in the Andes, over 3,000 meters above sea level, where the air thins and the sun burns like fire, the Inca emerged as the heirs of Tiwanaku, Wari, and Chimu, forging the greatest empire in pre-Columbian America. In barely a century, they united a territory stretching more than 4,000 kilometers, from Colombia to Chile, binding together dozens of peoples, hundreds of languages, and thousands of valleys. They called their empire Tawantinsuyu, the land of four quarters. At its heart stood Cusco, the navel of the world. The city was laid out as a cosmic symbol, from which four great roads radiated in the directions of the Andes, linking all provinces in a network of over 40,000 kilometers of stone highways, the largest road system ever built before the industrial age. Along these routes ran the chasqui, swift-footed messengers who carried news, letters, and royal decrees from one end of the empire to the other. The Sapa Inca, son of the sun, Inti, was not merely a ruler, but the living axis of the cosmos. Beneath him, millions of laborers worked under the mita system, a form of communal service through which citizens built roads, terraces, bridges, and temples. It was not slavery, nor a moneyed economy. Each person received food, clothing, and protection in return for service to the collective. In the Inca world, poverty was virtually unknown. Every grain of maize and every thread of wool was counted and distributed by the state. Yet above all, the Inca were a civilization of faith. They believed everything. Stone, mountain, river, and wind was alive, inhabited by sacred spirits known as huaca. These spirits were connected by invisible lines radiating from Cusco, called seke, forming a spiritual network across the landscape like the nerves of the Earth Mother, Pachamama. In their rituals, they offered coca leaves, gold, and gifts to the mountains, the Apus, where they believed the gods dwelled. No site captures that philosophy more profoundly than Machu Picchu, the lost city in the clouds. Perched between jungle and precipice above the Urubamba River, Machu Picchu was not a fortress, nor merely a royal estate, but a temple of the cosmos. Each stone was carved and fitted so precisely that not even a knife could pass between them. The city's terraces and windows aligned with the sun during solstices and equinoxes. Here, humanity did not dominate nature, it became part of it. When the morning mist drifts across the stone stairways, it feels as though the city itself is breathing with the mountains. The Inca Empire endured for only a century, yet within that brief span they created one of the most sophisticated administrative systems ever known, without a written language. Instead, they used the quipu, bundles of colored knotted strings. Each knot and thread carried numerical and narrative meaning, records of population, harvests, tributes, even history itself. In the hands of the Quipuca Mayok, the keepers of the knots, these cords became the voice of memory. Then, as so often in the Andes, the cycle turned. In 1532, Francisco Pizarro and his band of Spaniards arrived in Cajamarca. The empire was already weakened by civil war between two princes, Atahualpa and Huáscar. Within months, a few hundred Europeans with horses and guns crushed tens of thousands of Inca warriors. Cusco fell, temples of gold were stripped bare, and the living soul of the Andes, built of stone and belief, was shattered by iron and flame. Yet the Inca never truly died. Their language, Quechua, is still spoken. Their festivals, like Inti Raymi, are still celebrated. The empire may have vanished, but its heartbeat still echoes in the mountains. While the Inca ruled the skylands of the south, another great civilization flourished quietly along the rivers of North America. It had no gold, no writing, no stone pyramids, but it built mountains of earth by hand, shaped from faith itself. This was Cahokia, the largest city in pre-Columbian North America, located near what is now St. Louis, Missouri. From about 1050 to 1350 of the Common Era, Cahokia was the heart of the Mississippian world, home to more than 30,000 people, larger than London at the time. The city spanned over 15 square kilometers, laid out around Monk's Mound, a monumental pyramid of earth 30 meters high and more than 300 meters long, built basket by basket over 20 million loads of soil. It stood as a temple to the sun, where priest rulers known as suns conducted rituals for the life-giving sky. Around it rose hundreds of smaller mounds, plazas, and dwellings, as well as an enormous solar observatory called Woodhenge, a circle of wooden posts aligned to the sunrise on the solstices and equinoxes, much like Stonehenge in England. The people of Cahokia measured time through the sun, celebrated agricultural festivals, and worshipped the spirits of the earth and river. Their society was highly organized, priests and nobles at the center, artisans, farmers, and traders surrounding them. Trade reached across the continent, shells from the Gulf of Mexico, copper from the Great Lakes, obsidian from distant volcanoes. Cahokia was the beating heart of a vast trade network that stretched for thousands of kilometers, connecting the forests, plains, and coasts of a continent. And then, as mysteriously as it had risen, Cahokia fell silent. Around 1350, the city was abandoned. The reasons remain unknown: deforestation, floods, climate shifts, or civil unrest. Forests reclaimed the mounds, rivers changed their course, and the great earthen pyramids disappeared beneath grass and time. When Europeans later stumbled upon them, they refused to believe indigenous people could have built such grandeur. Only in the 20th century did archaeologists uncover the truth. Cahokia was not myth, but proof of a civilization as complex and spiritual as any in the ancient world. Only its temples were made of earth, not stone. The Inca and Cahokia, at opposite poles of the Americas, stand as twin testaments to what civilization truly means. It is not measured by iron or writing, but by the shared faith that humans can turn nature into memory and memory into monument. The Inca carved their wisdom into mountains. The Cahokians molded their devotion into the soil. One reached for the heavens, the other embraced the earth, but both sought to join their lives to the universe itself. And as the stories of the Inca and Cahokia draw to a close, so too does the long journey through humanity's lost civilizations. Yet one question lingers. Beyond the deserts, beneath the seas, or deep within our collective memory, how many other worlds once thrived, now waiting to be remembered? As this journey draws to a close, from the clay walls of Jericho to the sky temples of Machu Picchu, from the libraries of Nineveh to the earthen mounds of Cahokia, one question continues to echo in the mind. Is everything we call history truly the whole memory of humankind, or is it merely the visible tip of an immense iceberg, while the rest, those nameless civilizations, those forgotten worlds, lie buried beneath sand, beneath ocean, and deep within humanity's collective subconscious? For there are figures that do not belong neatly to any age, like the Xiongnu, the nomadic horsemen who once made all of ancient China tremble before vanishing into the winds of the steppe. Historians know them through scattered Han records, ghostly silhouettes galloping across the pages of history. Yet archaeology tells a fuller story. The Xiongnu had language, rituals, and a vast network of trade, stretching from Mongolia to the Black Sea. Some scholars even believe they were the ancestors of the Huns, who centuries later would surge westward into Europe and bring Rome to its knees. If that is true, then the great divide between East and West was never so clean. History itself may be bound by a single nomadic thread, a lineage carried by the wind and the hoofbeat of horses. Elsewhere, in the stony hills of southeastern Turkey, Göbekli Tepe stands like a crack in the wall of human understanding. Built more than 11,000 years ago, long before the first crops were sown, it rises from the earth with towering T-shaped pillars carved with fierce animals and celestial symbols, as if designed by minds centuries ahead of their time. Who built it? And why, after generations of worship, did they deliberately bury it beneath layers of soil, as though hiding a message meant for the future? Perhaps Göbekli Tepe was not a beginning at all, but a memory a surviving echo of a world that existed before history began, a world of people who knew far more than we imagine. And then there are stories that live somewhere between archaeology and myth, like Atlantis, the lost city described by Plato more than 2,000 years ago. Perhaps it was only an allegory for human arrogance and collapse. Yet perhaps, hidden within humanity's memory, lies a compressed truth, a real civilization drowned by time. Every time we unearth a city once thought legendary, Troy, Knossos, or Mohenjo-Daro, we are reminded that what is dismissed as myth is often simply history not yet discovered. Maybe that is why the lost civilizations never truly disappear. They return each time we ask questions, each time a human looks upon a ruin and wonders, who were they? In every Sumerian tablet, every carving on Angkor's walls, every statue buried beneath the Sahara's dunes, history is not dead. It is merely waiting to be heard. And when we listen deeply enough, we begin to hear ourselves, for we are the continuation of them. Modern humanity takes pride in technology, in conquering space, yet often forgets that it all began with rough hands, carving the sun into stone. The ancients are not gone, they are our reflection, showing us both what we could become and what we could lose. Perhaps all the empires, cities, and legends we have journeyed through are but different versions of the same story. The story of life seeking meaning in the vastness of the universe, and when night falls over the ruins, one can almost see the silhouettes of our ancestors sitting by the fire, telling one another tales of gods, of stars, and of empires that rose and vanished like breath. In that flickering light, history and memory merge into one, an eternal flame that still burns within the human heart. Because in the end, no civilization ever truly vanishes. They are only sleeping within us,